Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, December the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can tell me the same thing. So yeah, Bitcoin, my goodness, Bitcoin over, I know I'm slightly delayed, but I've got around over $41,000 now. So take a look at BITO. BITO, you want to buy this one and participating in a Bitcoin pop as opposed to individual stocks. I guess this one is as good as any. Now, just a word here: HUT, which is a Bitcoin play, is not up 428%. Unfortunately, our provider has not taken into account the 1-for-5 reverse split. Okay, so just so you know, thank you, Les and Gary. So just so you know, HUT is not up 428%. When I saw that, I thought, "Oh my goodness, wow." I mean, I know Bitcoin is soaring. I thought, because I know this has been active in the last little while, but anyway, it's a 1-for-5 reverse split. It's funny, I'm looking at all of the stocks that are up at least 10%. Look at them all. I mean, if you can see my pre-market actives up and the change from the close, I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to keep scrolling down and down and down and down. These are all the stocks that are up 10%, and these are the ones that are down 10%. So you would think the market's ripping this morning. Nope. Now, these are a lot of low float crazy ones, of course, but it's interesting because the market, we're definitely in for a negative open. Okay, definitely in for a negative open. So let's take a look at some of these ones that are, I mean, I just can't go over them all, but let's take a look at some of these ones that are very active pre-market. EYPT had some, it's a bio, had some news. Surges as wet AMD therapy succeeds in mid-stage trial, phase 2. Okay, so that was EYPT. Pretty low float, 28 million. Certainly not high, 28 million. ATHE. If there's any news on this one, jumps on promising data on Parkinson's candidate. Okay, so did have some news. Still up 184%, but this got up to almost $10 earlier. We have no float information on it. Yeah, so yeah, big news here. Hawaiian Holdings being bought by ALK, Alaskan, ALK. Now the price is supposedly about $18. So I mean, this is sitting at 13. Am I right? Did it not say, yeah, the offer price of 18? Now, whether it goes through, and here's the key, with some analysts saying regulatory approval was far from certain. Okay, so all sounds good, but it may not happen. But certainly given HA a pop. And on the flip side, as is typical, the acquiring company is taking a bit of a header here. Alaska, ALK, on that news. Spotify. So Spotify laying off, I think, 1,500 people. Market's cheering that on, unfortunately. 17%. Yeah, CEO announces a 17% workforce cut. That's Spotify. So this is having a big pop on that news. This one is sort of interesting. Carvana, CVNA. The reason I say it's sort of interesting is that JP Morgan has decided to put a $40 price target on it. And that's Carvana, CVNA. By the way, I should go over the trade of the week. Palantir is this week's trade of the week. Suggested entry is 2031. So, and we're all when they talk about a suggested entry, when Steve talks about a suggested entry, it's always market hours, never pre-market. Okay, so this is not triggered. Well, that's the theory, Randy. Yeah, getting rid of payroll, so cutting costs. I mean, that is the theory. Let's see, SSNT, another one that huge pop up, almost cut in half though. Okay, double on takeover and spin-off plan. Okay, so the executive chairman said he would take over the company and spin off its, excuse me, main business by a $1 billion investment. Okay. Let's take a look at MIGI. MIGI. Don't think I've seen this one before. Got up to 130, so it's still hanging over a dollar. 19%. Don't see any specific news on it. This China Bitcoin play, BTDR. I haven't seen this. I've seen it before. I recognize the name BitDeer. Definitely has some room to run, I guess. Low float, 21 million in the float. And of course, we'll just take a quick look at coin. What a run. What a what 3 week run? 5 week run. One, two, three, four, five. Now this week, basically doubling 71 to 145. Other one I saw was NEG, NEGG. I don't see it anymore near the top here. It must have dropped. Yeah, there it is, NEGG. I don't think you can, Reiko. Unfortunately, you can't. These are what we call global symbol lists, so they're not displayed. NEGG, guys, NEGG. So what did it do? Got up to 249. I think I read some news. So Alt is on the move again, guys. It's had a well, ultimately, it was a decent day in terms of the close, the percentage that it closed above the previous day, but had a massive sell-off all day long from about $6 down to 350. And it's right at the 200-day moving average, 432. So it's just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average for Alt. Had that Wainwright, let's see, Wainwright reiterates its buy. That was on the first though. Okay. Let me see if there's any more. Roche enters the obesity drugs race with $2.7 billion Carmo deal. All right, guys, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Again, there are a lot of others I could go over. I mean, there's just a huge list of stocks that are at least up at least 10% and not as many down 10%. Um, yeah, I didn't see any. I'm trying to see if there were any earnings plays. I didn't see any. I don't think there are any earnings plays this morning for me. And we're not going to see too many this week, of course. We had a lot more than I thought last week. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades we have this morning. A few upgrades. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades. So 3M, interesting. In the news a lot. Take a look at 3M. Settlement of suits and all. So, okay, Barclays got a $107 price target. Okay, so stock's at 100 right now. 200-day moving average is looming above it. There's the upgrade by JP Morgan. Originally, by for Carvana, CVNA, originally they had a price target of 25. I guess they must be, and now it's 40. I guess they must be figuring their business is not as bad as it seemed to be. Yeah, no shorts for me in this VVOS, just cratering now after last week's, the beginning of the week anyway, the big move. Just a few more to go in terms of the upgrades and downgrades. Let's see, YPF upgraded. No, no price target that I see. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Take a look at the downgrades now. But you cannot edit them, right? I didn't think you could even see them, but you definitely cannot edit them because those are those global symbol lists. Okay. I think at one point they even weren't even allowing to view. I may be wrong. I haven't looked at that for so long. So thank you, Pepe. So that's what I was confused me when it said edit symbol lists. Okay, we've got a few downgrades for ALK, not liking that potential buyout of Hawaiian, I guess. But it is so far in the future, probably. They think there'll be massive regulatory hurdles to overcome. Now, here's the thing. If you look at that symbol list and you say, well, why isn't this one on here? Why isn't that one on here? Please don't ask me, okay? I don't even know how up to date they are, to be honest. I know that sounds terrible, but all right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. So Shot is moving a bit here. No, thank you for that, Pepe. As always. I actually I wasn't sure that you could even see them, but you certainly can't edit them. Yes, you could edit if you had it. The problem is, of course, is that you understand why we can't allow people to do that. Look at Shot, guys. So Shot's having a bit of a move here now. Aha. So you know what? I don't care what they say. I am going to order some just to see. They said that they were going to be available on Amazon in December, and there you go. It was actually on November 30th. Let me do something fun here. I'm going to go to see if it's available in Canada just for fun. Now, what is it going to be called? Shot? Safety shot, okay. Typing in safety, it's not showing up yet. No, I get a sign saying violators will be shot. Maybe it's not available in Canada. Oh, wait a minute. Safety shot hangover cure. Just a minute. Well, I'm getting things here. I do not see anything that says safety shot though. Wait, just one moment, please. Yeah, so I don't see it available yet for me anyway. Maybe it's available in Canada. Or I'm sorry, in the States. On the move though. Definitely on the move. Yeah, it's a pretty big fade for EYPT so far. Pretty big fade, to say the least. $34 down to 24. But again, it's a low float, 28 million. All right, let us take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click on new and then dot channel bar and then scroll down to where it says show more and then sector status. Let's take a look. Well, every sector maybe, wow, we're in for a pretty negative open, guys. A pretty big negative open. So yeah, there's nothing. I thought wasn't sure what was happening with energy, but everything is down. Okay, now what you're seeing here, XLE, major ETF for energy, 95% in red. That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. And so when you do a quick look at all the major sectors, of course, with the market overall, we're going to have a pretty big negative open. So all the major sectors are down from Friday's close. Um, let's take a look at how they closed. So on Friday, Chris, everything was up. So we'll take a look at a couple of the maybe three or four of these sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. So we can say that XLE actually closed a little bit above the 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line there. That is the 200-day moving average. Closed a little bit above it. I'm going to take a quick look at retail. Retail was yeah, just soaring out, like unbelievable. Great Black Friday sales, I guess. Consumer staples, though. Consumer staples is one that is still quite a bit below. Can't even see it. There we go. So there it is, quite a bit below still. So that's one. Healthcare, I believe, is still above, or it's just hanging around. Yeah, just a little bit above the 200-day. So every other, no real point in looking at the rest of them. I think all of them are above, except for utilities. Even utilities is starting to come into that 200-day moving average. Well, yeah, it's not a closed deal, not even close, Danko. I mean, it's a suggest. I mean, they'd like to buy them for $18 a share. You're talking about the HA Alc deal. Yeah, I mean, they're proposing to buy them for $18 a share. However, you can rest assured there's going to be a ton of regulatory issues that will have to be overcome. You know, so it's not because otherwise, the stock sitting at HA is sitting at 13. You're looking at that buyout at 18. You think, well, should be obvious, right? No. Anytime there's anytime there is an airline that is look at what happened with JetBlue and what was that Spirit or those ones. I mean, that took forever. I don't even know if it's done. No, Randy, we don't know. We have nothing like that. Suspicious option volume, no, because we don't look at strike prices. We don't have anything. We don't do anything like that. I know they're trying to increase the number of filters that we have for options, but that's been talked about for a long time. Uber, guys are talking about Uber. Yeah, another one. I mean, look at this. I mean, 41 to 60 in about 5 weeks. And Lyft certainly is lagging way behind. I mean, I think Uber was almost an all-time high. I mean, Lyft has had a nice little run, but look at that in the position and lifetime range, way at the low of the range. Whereas you look at Uber, and it's almost at a lifetime high. Amazing. You wonder, can Lyft really survive? Yeah, there was some news on SSNT. It's just some kind of a spin-off, and the SSNT says Brad Jacobs to lead equity investment of $1 billion, and I think there's yeah. So you'd have to read all through this. I mean, so there is news. Yes, there is news, and low float. Yeah, 3 million in the float. So yeah, this is the briefer headline: shares double on takeover and spin-off plan. I mean, that's big news. I mean, certainly Uber moving into the S&P 500. No shorts for me, VVOS. So I don't know if any numbers came out today. I don't know what the weakness in the market's all about. I really don't. But okay, from Lugano, Switzerland. Welcome. Well, I can look at Beyond Meat, but I don't know the TTM. I think I don't have an indicator like that. I know what it is, but we don't have an indicator like that. Sorry. On the daily time frame, I mean, when I look left, for Beyond Meat, BYND, I see some potential resistance around 8, just over that. I mean, the main resistance certainly would be 895, I think. But the next high for Beyond Meat, BYND, is 808. Pretty good volume. Pretty good volume. I don't see any reason for this, considering most of the market is just the last hour has been fading pretty badly. So again, when you're asking about a TTM squeeze candidate, I don't, we don't have that. We don't have that filter or that scan. All I can do is look left, and I suppose if it gets through 8, it has a shot to the 8 to the 9 level. But this is I don't know. I mean, this is unless Beyond Meat gets some stupendous news. I know it's up 4%, but I don't see any news on it. I mean, this is basically at its all-time low. Not quite. I mean, but you look at the position in the range. Unless it gets some insane news, I don't really see Beyond Meat going anywhere. But I don't see any news today on it. SLG. Wow, no volume yet. Okay, 26,000 shares. Next high is 43.20 on the daily chart. It's under the but you can't input. You can't input it. So if it's not there, it's in the market. You're absolutely right. I was thinking of that, but you cannot input anything. I don't even know any idea where it would be in which because I know Michael Noss has talked about it, but I here it is. Okay, there it is. TTM squeeze daily. So you cannot input something. So you can't say, well, does BYND fit the bill here? I don't see it here. Okay. I mean, if it's here, I guess we probably can do a sort on the symbol names. So yeah, I don't even see it here. Okay. All right, guys. GCT. Now, this was a very active one on Friday. Above Friday's high now. Not too much volume yet. Another low float. The next high, I mean, it's got room. It has some room. The next high is 1340. If they can ever get through that, look out. I don't see. Is there any news other than law firms wanting everybody to join a class action suit? I don't see anything other than that. Don't know. I don't know why the market is moving down. Might have been some, I don't know, some Bitcoin's higher, but that shouldn't have any bearing on it. But I don't know. Something's weighing on the market right now, though. 30 seconds. Yeah. 15 seconds. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot. Okay. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I try to let things settle down. CVNA, guys, on the move with that JP Morgan upgrade to 40. All right. So I will just wait now. Again, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15. Uber. There's the HA. So you're going to see a lot of Bitcoin plays, a lot of Bitcoin plays. Any is I know that turned into a yeah, that's a bit so all these well, there's your Beyond Meat. Now listen, don't if you want to I mean, I don't know why it's moving, okay? But there's the Beyond Meat, BYND. It's just we cannot see it in that that particular scan. Okay. So yeah, so Alpha is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but again, it's early. 33.26 was the alert. It's now 32.87. If you're, a little less conservative than I am, I mean, there you go. But I just don't like taking things in the first 15 minutes. Okay, guys. See, ATHE. Wow. I mean, again, it's hard for me to take these this early. But there it is, 931, 469, 529 now. Low float. Don't even have float information on it. Well, again, if you took this one, 33.26, 32 now, ALK. It has popped up a little bit here. I'm sharing all these scans, guys. I'll get to that in a bit. No, interesting. Spirit Airlines, Save showing up. Don't like it. I think the 200 day is too close. Save showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Well, you saw something trading with the edge on Beyond Meat. It's interesting. I mean, there's no news on this one whatsoever. Look at this thing go, though. Well, took out 8. I said, it has room to 9 up here, but I just don't see any news on it. Anybody got any news on Beyond Meat? Because it's definitely moving counter to the market. I mean, there's a green bar here, but definitely moving. I just don't see any news on it. So there's the HA coming up. I would disregard it. Okay, it's going to be very emotional in terms of the news on it. So I would probably disregard it as a potential short. Okay, we're good here. Okay, guys, now here's the EYPT. So it's now well, it's making a market high. Okay, now again, it had a big pullback. Well, if you're in a stock and all of a sudden the bid ask widens on you, I mean, it's hard. It's it's not a great situation to be in. But I'm certainly not going to tell you, you should get out immediately or CVNA guy. So there's getting close to that 40 target put on by JP Morgan. So now look at, see, we've got mixed, got it all mixed here, guys. Now we got HA and the option scanner up. We had it on the way down. So this is what can happen. So I have a question from our YouTube room. How does the overall direction of the market impact, if it does, on your intraday activity? Depends on the type of stock. If it's one of these low float crazy ones, probably not at all. Okay. But if you're in a stock that kind of follows the market, obviously I'm keeping an eye on it. If I'm looking to I'm not a huge bounce player, or I'm not a huge bounce player, but if I were going to try to play some bounces, I would want the market at least not to be doing four straight red candles down. Market doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, but at least stop moving down if I'm going to try if I'm going to try any sort of a bounce play. But a lot of the stuff here, they don't really care that much about the overall market within reason. If we look at the markets down like 500, 600, it's probably hard to go along anything. But these low floaters, these ones that are momentum scans, probably not. I don't really pay that much attention to the overall market. Look at View. I mean, View doesn't care right now about what the market's doing. I mean, the next high for View, wow, $3. Another low float, 2.7 million in the float. I'm assuming the volume must have picked up a lot for SLG. Nice one, real. Next high looking left on the weekly is around 43.24. Well, the View, boy, the View is just, yeah, rocking here. Don't see any news on it. Wait a minute. Well, this was news on the first, so that's nothing to do with today. Yeah, they're raising $632 million, 625 Madison Avenue for $632 to repay corporate debt. That is the reason, I guess. That is the reason for SLG. TDUP. Whoa, guys. Now this one's got some room. Now the 200-day moving average is 279, so that's far enough away. If it ever broke through that, though, so TDUP is on the move here. Not a low float, 72 million in the float, but that's a pretty big move. You can see that, but you can see why I had an alert. Let's see if it can hold this area and move from it. I don't see any news on it other than, again, law firms telling you to join a class action suit. YUMC, guys. YUMC is a China stock. YUMC. Next low looking left is 4111. 4111. think Wolf is fairly active in the pre-market. Yeah. So Wolf not well, WULF, not Wolf. But this is crypto, I think. Yeah, this is crypto clean Bitcoining mining facilities. So this is a crypto play. So I do see there are a couple of crypto plays that showed up in the AI. In fact, I don't know if this is another one. I think so. Yeah, so there are three crypto plays. However, would I be watching? Just keep an eye on maybe BITO. Okay, I would keep an eye on BITO. I know it's not exactly an ETF for Bitcoin, but probably pretty close. So I wonder if this OCUL, I don't know if it is or not, but I wonder if this OCUL is a bit of a sympathy play with the other EYPT. I don't know if it is, but I don't see any reason for this move. CVM, another wow, look at this one, Cell C. I don't know if this has got any news. The National Institute for Health and Care Excellence selects this one, CVM, as potential new standard of care for head and neck cancer. Really? Who are these guys? Is this a big, oh, that's the UK's National Institute for Health and Care. Okay. Wow. And that is CVM. So the next high looking left, 265, could be some resistance not that far away. Take a look at ABSI, not a low float. Big move, 31% with that float, 67 million. It's not a huge float, but a lot of news, guys. Boy, AZN Impact with ABSI to develop cancer drug based on AI. Okay. And that is ABSI. ABSI, the next high is looking left on the weekly chart around 250. It's a lot of action already. SPY is actually trying to come back a bit. Oh, this is ugly. Shoot, there were shorts available for me also. I checked this one earlier, and there were shorts, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers, 372,000. So this is fading very, very badly. I mean, it's still up almost 200%, but it is fading badly. EYPT. Well, look what happened with BYND, and it got right up to that area that I thought it might could stall, and that's what's happened so far anyway. $9 when you look left. So I hope I didn't talk you out of it trading with the edge. Okay, alt now. Scary though. Alt is scary with what happened on Friday. Okay, that's the only issue I've got. Big move up, 588. But look where it closed. Right down here, $2 below, and it was basically a fade all day. Okay, CSX. So CSX showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. However, let's take a look left. To me, there's too much potential resistance not that far away at 34. To me, a lot of volume. So Dow is down just a little. So there is a little disconnect right now in the market. The Dow is down. Dow is down just a little. Nas is down more. Uber moving still on their S&P 500 acceptance. Almost an all-time high now for Uber. Just one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at SSNT. SSNT. Yes, I mean, there is the halt. So again, if you're new, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. The room is actually open till 4, but I usually take off just a little after 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions. And that's the second part. I now call this is a trading and support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask away. This screen you see here, this blue screen you see here, blue window, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is telling me, you can't see the symbol here, but this is SSNT, halted at 773, a potential open at 811, okay? And if you're not used to halts and all, typically they are 5 minutes. So this got halted at 9:43 plus 40 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:48 plus 40 seconds. So about a little over about 20 seconds from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. All right, is it going to open now? Not yet. So this could be a 10-minute halt. If it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they're multiples of 5. So the majority of these halts are 5-minute. These volatility halts are 5 minutes long, but sometimes they're not. Look at Carvana on that JP Morgan, upgrade. Wow. So it has hit JP Morgan's price target of 40. Market is crawling back here, guys. Okay, this one was the China IPO on Friday. Gave us a little bit. IPO was at $4, I believe, $4 or $5. So it's still above, but it's been halted on the way down now. So this occult, OCUL. Now, I said that it could stall right around this area. So far, that's true. Right around the 350. Again, guys, if you're unfamiliar with why Hawaiian is up, it's because they're a potential buyout by Alaska, ALK, a potential. CUTR, CUTR. Okay, guys, now I'm going to start looking a little more closely now that we're 15 minutes in, a little past 15 minutes in. All right, here's a cheap one, but big float though. GLGG, a big float. GLGG, gold mining. Okay, so gold, of course, all-time high. I think it faded a little bit, but I typically do not trade gold or energy plays just because they're just too tied into the overall sector unless they've got some news on their own. That's just me. SEAL, SEEL. Let's take a look at SEAL here. Ah, yes, I remember this one. So, yeah, so this one, if it takes out 157, look at all the room it's got. We saw this one on Friday, and I put a price alert. You can maybe see my that blue line on the daily chart, and it's getting closer. Doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely take the trade if it hits that price, but I do want to know about it. Why? Because look at all the room it's got. When you look left, it's got room to three. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Okay, SSNT just resumed, guys. Oh, big pop, 840, 864 now. Okay, keep an eye on this SSNT, guys. See if it gets back up to this level here, the nine. Remember now, I think traders are looking at this, the fact that it hit almost 14 in the pre-market. That's what they're looking at, I believe. Okay. And the market high is just a little over nine. The market high, I believe. No, I'm sorry. It's at a market high right now. Go. Yes. Look at this go now, guys. I think we're going to have a halt. Not going to tell because the bid ask is only a penny on something moving this quickly. There we go. Okay, guys. So this showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, also at 875, 957 now, with a potential. Again, it's all about looking left right now on that in the pre-market, and it had some news. So there is, we'll call it a legitimate reason why it's active anyway. Whether it should be up 160% on that news, that doesn't matter. So I have to wait for it to come out of its halt. It could come out. There we are, almost 10. Make my trip. MMYT showing up here. Oops. This is out of India. There's a gold play. AEM that's starting to fade, actually. Actually, it's gone negative. AEM's gone negative. SSL, SSL. So this is an energy play. That is one colorful flag, South African flag right there. Myo guys, Myomo, MYO on the move here. What a a few weeks it's had also. MYO on the move. Pretty low float, 14 million in the float. Trying to see, I don't see any specific news on it. It's a medical instrument manufacturing. All right, BMEA that's been on our scanners, I think for 2 weeks now, at least all last week. And now look at this, BMEA, another big move here, coming into the 200-day moving average 2025. So, I mean, that could stall it. There are shares available for me to short. So 20 could stall it. I call that a pretty psychological number to get through. But also there is a 200-day moving average just above it, 2025. Just a great week last week from 10 to 16. All right, guys, SSNT just opened. Beauty. Let's see if we can take out 10. Got the 999. Okay, guys, MYO over 4. This is really interesting to me anyway. The longer it holds over 4. Just have to take a look to see where the next high is, say on the monthly chart. 424 on the monthly chart. So it's got maybe a little bit of too bad. I wish that weren't there. I wish the next high were way up here at 750. And 50, guys. SSNT and running. All right, this one has been pretty active over the last little while. Riley, RILY, B Riley Financial. This has got some room. I mean, the next high, I mean, a lot of resistance around, looks like around 25.30, which is certainly far enough away. Okay, guys, Riley got a bit of a spread issue, but I'm just going to hop in for one video like this. Okay, guys. Well, Beyond Meat, trading with Edge. I don't know how you found that one, but Beyond Meat is doing something crazy. So it's showing up now in my 10-day daily breakout and the abnormal option activity scan. Okay. No news that I mean, no news that I can really see. Well, it'd be interesting if it's on the just out of curiosity. Maybe it's on there now. Market Explorer window, select a strategy. Where is that? So that's the Bollinger Band. Okay, TTM squeeze. Let's see if Beyond Meat is on here now. No, still not. Yeah, absolutely. Huge short float on this one. This one, meaning Beyond Meat, 45%. We have. Okay, guys. Well, I took it. Now, this is again, why did I take it? Because it's showing up in this option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. I'm going to go. What time is it now? 10:06. I'll go over this in a bit, but I have a lot of faith in that particular combo that Pepe put together for us. Who's your broker, Jason? You can link your broker to TI. Who is your broker? I mean, we link with many brokers, so I'm just curious to see who your broker is that you're just discovering you can link to. Look at Riley, guys. Look at Riley now, too. Beyond Riley. You never know them. Well, now the Dow is starting to, has moved down. Okay. Okay, I've taken some off of the Beyond Meat, guys. The reason I'm doing that is because the next high on the monthly chart is 957, not that far away. Next high in, yeah, next high is up here. So I've taken some off. You don't have to do the same. I'm just telling you that's what I'm doing. It might power right through all that, but okay, guys, SSNT. Keep an eye on a 10 break. You know, got all the way down to 880, got up to 1060. Keep an eye on another 10 break that could get it rolling again. And why? Again, traders are just looking at this high in the pre-market, 14. Nobody's ever saying that it's going to get up here, but okay, guys, I'm out of the Beyond Meat totally now. All right, what's next? CVM. We saw now this is the one that had that looks like pretty interesting news. On National Institute, UK's National Institute for Health and Care Excellence selects this company as the potential new standard of care for head and neck cancer. New standard. That's okay, guys. SSNT over 10 again. I missed it. I missed it. Okay, I'm gonna watch to see how this holds 10. A little bit of a spread issue right now, 10 at 10:08, 10:29. So you can see the bid ask, that's the spread. But for something that's moving that quickly, it's probably not unreasonable. And with the float, 12 million have traded, three little over 12 million have traded, 3 million in the float. So it's traded the float 4 times so far, soon to be more. I just find it difficult to kind of get behind this alt based on what happened on Friday. That huge sell-off really is a big, big sell-off. The only thing is it's above the 200-day moving average, 432 at 450 now. So it is above the 200-day moving average. This SSNT is very, very volatile right now, right around that 10 level. Well, Peter, the VWAP is the VWAP. It doesn't matter what time frame. Okay, I mean the VWAP is the VWAP. So I mean it's there's not a different VWAP for the 15 or the daily or the 1 minute. So it really depends. Do you like trading? It's got nothing to do with the VWAP really. Do you like trading the 15-minute time frame or 5 minute or 2 minute? Boy, look at this. This is last week's trade of the week path, and it is well, it's a slightly negative now, but it has come all the way back. Now, with the market being weak, my guess is that Palantir has not triggered ELTR. Yeah, not even close. So the trigger is 2031. So before people say, well, this is a terrible trade of the week, it is not triggered. Okay. The suggested entry is $20.31, and it's not even close yet. It may not trigger this week. Depends what the market does. Boy, I wish this all this over here for CVM. I wish it weren't there. I mean, the news looks really good. That seems like legitimate type news. Okay, guys, I did get a little bit of this SSNT. Okay, not exactly where I wanted to get it, and not the share size, but we'll see what happens. It's back down to 10. I'm out. I'm in at 10.20, so we'll see. I mean, it's hanging in there, but still pretty whippy. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Okay, try it again maybe later, if only if it takes out this high here, believe it or not, later on in the day. Okay, next. Iren, IREN. Is this a Bitcoin play? No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Data processing, hosting. Okay, ATHE, maybe it's trying to come back, guys. So it had a huge move in the pre-market, almost up to 10. And it looks like it's found a little bit of a base around 440, 450-ish. It's a, you have to check to see what sort of floated they have. ATHE, 4.2 million in the float. So, pretty low float as always. What's the float for View? We have 2.7 million. I don't know. We have 2.7 million. Well, you shouldn't have, okay, Jeroen, but you shouldn't have taken the trade, right? With the Palantir, PLTR. It never triggered. So it may have hit the stop loss, but you should not have taken the trade, of course. All right, STIM. Haven't, boy, I used to see this one quite a bit. Look at this one. Another, these ones that I don't think this showed up on my scanners at all. The volume was way too low. That had a great run last few days. STIM. But again, coming into the 200, wow, I got a lot of room. Got to get through that 200 and moving average, though, 220. And if it got through the 200 day, that looks like there's some resistance around 279-ish. All right, CLSK just showing up on the abnormal option activity, a potential to short it. That's what the brown refers to. It's still up for the day quite a bit, 13%. Had a big move in the pre-market. I'm not sure why, but Oh, okay, so I didn't realize. So this is hard to know. All these, it's hard to know by their names, but this is a Bitcoin play. CLSK, a Bitcoin play. So really, it's all about Bitcoin. So I mean, if you were going to short this one, I would still have maybe BITO or something else that you can track the price of Bitcoin, BITO. I know this is not directly 100% correlation, but probably good enough. Okay, guy. I know Shady's going to get all mad at me. It wasn't so much a 20-cent stop as a feel. Okay. I mean, yes, it turned out to be a 20-cent stop, but SSNT now, and it's halted. It's not halted, or is it halted? Yeah, it's halted. And you're right. It took that out right there. That was my alert right at that 1050 mark. Keep an eye on the EYPT. EYPT. This is fading badly again, guys. This looks like it. I mean, there's the low of the day, 1850. Takes that out. I mean, this has just been, steady drop from the highs of 35. Shady, you're every day it's bye-bye market. Maybe today it is, but okay. The perma. Well, I know you've been talking about the market eventually going to have this huge drop at some point. Anyway, I'm not trying to view guys. VIW, VIEW. So here's your potential open now for SSNT. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is SSNT 1135. Potential open doesn't absolutely. I mean, it's going to open at 12 or 1180. See how this flips around. Where this EYPT guys, I mean, if it takes out the low, I don't see any real support for it. I mean, the enthusiasm is completely over right now. I'm going to stick an alert down here in this area around 1883-ish and see if it takes that out later. I mean, it's still up 200%. I get it. but it's really, really fallen from the pre-market high of 35-ish. Okay, well, here's our answer. Maybe BMEA. It's getting close to that. Well, it's at 20. The 200-day moving average is 2025. The next high on the daily chart looks like around 2079. That's that red line, but it's got to contend with that 200-day moving average, 2025. BMEA. What did they even do? Must have had some news to get it rolling a few days ago. Okay, guys, it is almost 10:30, so I think I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and the information, including all the scans you can find. SSNT just opened, guys. Over 12 now. Notice no earnings plays to talk about. Not even one showing up. I probably get rid of this my doctor earning layout. Not one today. I'll see if anything happens tomorrow. There's no point in taking up any space. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. First thing is, you want to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you're sitting there with a monthly subscription or you do want to take on an annual, I can get you a code for 25. Just have to let me know. And as always, if you at some point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, it will really help the room to keep this room free if you use my code. So just or copy my code somewhere. That will really help to keep this room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list, and alert windows. You must do that. If you were new to trading or maybe looking for a bit of a refresher, Trading 101, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It is free. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. It is not triggered. It is PLTR this week. Last week it was PATH, which had a tremendous run. PATH had a tremendous run this week. When you get the email, it'll always have a suggested entry, and it never hit the entry price today. Anyway, Palantir, PLTR. Suggested entry is 2031. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the big education section over here. This is our user guide. All I would look at is getting started, the alert windows, top list windows. You might want to look at stock racing and also price alerts. A lot more in the user guide, of course, but like anything else, any sort of a user guide, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. So don't get overwhelmed by what you're saying. Just concentrate on what alert windows are, top list windows, maybe stock racing, and certainly and price alerts. That's what I would concentrate on. Then afterwards, you can take a look at other things if you want to. There's the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that later. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and you can head over and listen to Chris between 12 and 1. And last, probably not least, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, first of all, you'll be at the top here. So just scroll down a bit. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I'm using in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. It shows me the stocks that are gapping up and down in the pre-market, always from the previous day's close. Okay. Pulse resumes, you can see, is over here. The momentum scan is right here. Abnormal option activity scan is right here. And the one that you cannot see is the 10-day. Wow, look at all these on the 10-day. It's amazing, isn't it? Well, I find it amazing. I mean, markets, being hit reasonably hard today. And look at all these 10-day daily breakouts. There are all these, pretty cheap ones, but look at all these 10-day daily breakouts versus the 10-day daily breakdown. You would think we'd have a lot more with what the market's doing today. So I'm sharing these scans also. Okay. Here they are, the 10-day daily breakout and down right there. Meanwhile, that CLSK, ooh, did not take that one. So again, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. I'm also sharing some other scans that I actually don't even have up and running, but you can take a look at them. Okay. So there's the BEMEA. You see how it got right into the 200-day moving average. And so far, the 200-day moving average has kind of stalled it. You can see that right there. That's that blue line on the daily chart. They got up to 2018 and the 200-day moving average is 2025. So far, that is preventing it from moving up. So again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. And if you're interested in any of my scans and you do load them, any one of them, for instance, if you looked at that Momo scan, you thought, well, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that in order to see what it's looking for. And this is basically the same with any scan we've got, even in top list windows, the same. So if I right click on the alert window, right click on it, click on configure, and click on summary. So I always like to lead this off by telling you that there are many, many screening programs out there that you can buy. Okay. But we are a real time alert machine. We're excellent at that. We obviously have screening capabilities, and that's what this is all about. This is the screening. This is the screening or filtering that I'm using in this particular scan, this real-time alert scan. So if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is 3, what that means is trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, this is time sensitive. Minimum volume has to be at least 100,000 shares. Most of the time when I click on these are well above. Here, this is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's what gives it the momentum. So we call it a Momo scan. Scan. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So, for instance, look at this VTGN. The last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was VTGN at 1029. We're at 1036 right now, all times Eastern. So no other stock has met these requirements and made a new high since 1029. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you want to modify it, you can. If you don't like this price range, you can make a change to it. I'll change it to 10 and 100. Click on the summary, see how it's changed to 10 and 100. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, great. Otherwise, you can make some changes if you want to. Well, so much for the 200-day moving average so far now. Initial stalling for BMEA, initial stalling, still at, kind of there to 2025. So if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This time when I click on, wow, look at this BMAA, amazing. This time when I click on, right click on the scan and I click on configure, I don't click on summary, I'll click on the search. So as always, do not get, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many of these real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, of course, is the new high and the new low for the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all. If I scroll down, see these icons, these are the filter icons, the same thing. You don't have to learn them all. I use a handful of them. I've been using a handful of them for probably 10 years now. That's it. So again, don't get overwhelmed by thinking I cannot learn this program because I don't understand what all these things mean. You don't have to. Okay. And the only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that with the thousands of customers we have, they could combine them to give them a scan if they're wanting to build their own scans. But as you can see, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And if you click on the toolbar, click on new dock channel bar, there are all sorts of scans in here. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, and then we even have scans here. If I right click on this alert window and click on configure, and you should see in the strategies, this should be the default that you're going to see. You'll see we've got a lot of bullish strategies and bearish strategies. All you have to do is click on the plus sign and you will see all the ones that we've got. You want to see what it's looking for, high volume moving average breakouts. You can see the filters that we're using, the break of the 200, the 50, or the 20. These are all ORs, okay? And here, and so you could take one of these and of course you could adjust it. You want a different price range, you want a different minimum volume, things like that. So we do have a lot of scans that we are sharing. Meanwhile, SSNT, I have no more left, guys. I we move down to that little top up there and then down here, but is still, I mean, I know Shady says it could hit 15. I mean, 1496 is the high. 1394, sorry, 1394 is the high in the pre-market. So there's a situation in which the news does mean something. So let me explain this abnormal option activity scan also. Okay, so as somebody who really just focuses on intraday trading, all I'm looking for I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So the one filter that we've got that is awesome is the relative volume filter. You can see this one, 1185% of normal times normal. Okay. That's the SSNT. You can see that volume right there, 20 million. You look left on the daily chart, you can hardly see anything. That's skewed a little bit, because of this volume today, but so it is trading super, super abnormally. So that's one of the filters that I use all the time is the relative volume filter. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3. This scan has a minimum of 8. That's why I don't see too many, though. Again, I'm very surprised that we're seeing so many in the daily breakout with the markets active today, and hardly any in the breakdown. The market's down quite a bit, but the other way I want to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally is checking their option volume. So coupled now, it's interesting. SSNT is not showing up here because it's not optionable. There's no zero option volume, so it's obviously not optionable. It's not an optionable um, company stock. Okay, so that's why it's not. But if I see stocks that are trading abnormally option wise plus momentum, and especially on a breakout, I really really want to pay attention to them. That's why you heard me earlier. The Beyond Meat BYND at 901. Now it pulled all the way back there, I believe. Yeah, so I mean, this was a to me, it was for me, it was just a quick trade. But if it shows up in the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakouts, I really want to pay attention to it. I didn't like HA mainly because I mean, it's completely up in the air what could happen. Yes, Alaska ALK has put in a bid of 18 to buy them out, but nobody thinks it's going to happen anytime soon. It may never happen. All sorts of regulatory hurdles to overcome. And the BMEA, well, again, what I looked at was that 20-day moving average, 200-day moving average that could stall it, but right now it doesn't look like it's stalling it at all. So the abnormal option activity, what I'm looking for, has to have a minimum of 500 contracts traded, and then that has to represent at least 1.5 times normal. Okay, 150% of normal. So you can see right now with BMEA, traded 4,900 contracts so far, puts and calls total. That's 636 times normal, 6.3 times normal. So it's just another way. So I don't trade options. It's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by checking. The obvious one is to check their volume. And then another way is to check their option volume. All right. So again, if you have questions, don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. All right, guys. So I think this triggered on the way down. Is that right, or was it on the way up? Let's take a look. Yeah. So and this is just weak EYPT. What's the spread like? 18. Not terrible for a stock that is so active. There's Lunar, LUNR. Another one. Wow, look at all these. Another pretty low float, 19 million in the float. Next high looking left. Too close for me. 351. Too close for me. All right. So EVRG, it's still down for the day, but it is trying to come back somewhat. The first alert we had, just to give you an idea, don't repeat. So what the don't repeat tells me is that it tells me the time the first alert happened and the price. And then I can kind of go back and click on it and see what happened from there. So for instance, the EVRG really hasn't moved that much. At 9:47, we had an alert, 50.75. It's at 51.07 right now. And just the color coding is this. So if you see something in light blue, a suggestion to go long. If you see something in brown, a suggestion to go short. Of course, in green here, these are just stocks constantly, just stocks making new highs of the day. Ah, give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm in it, but I don't know. I mean, I have to be careful on the EYPT. The reason I have to be careful, I mean, it did have good news. Okay, it's waiting again for an 18 break. See if that happens. Come on. This is a short. This is a short for me. Okay, you know what? I've covered some right around the 18 mark. 1840 was my 1840 was my short, so I've covered some right around the 18 mark. Now I can maybe hold on and see what can happen now. That's the EYPT. 1840, 1840, Sandy. Just watching it to see how well it holds under 18. Okay, I've covered everything. I may take a look at it again if it got down to 1714, 1731, sorry. Okay, well, next. These are quick. Some of these are very quick. Seal. No, I don't like it. Too many topping tails and bottoming tails. Way too choppy for me. Yes, it did take I did get the alert at, 1:57, and that's exactly where it got to, and I will reset the alert just in case later on. And of course, it's all about looking left and seeing, look at this area. The next high is $3. Man, not in the BMEA. Hmm, should have had more faith in, in this. 1996 was the alert. Yeah, a lot of shorts for me at, Interactive Brokers for EYPT. 350,000. Boy, lots of action, guys. Another low floater, ACIC. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that just came into this one. 2.2 million have traded today. 2 million right here. So if something happened, ACIC, oh, it's got some room. Eight, not wow. It's got room to maybe nine. Okay, before it hits that next high. ACIC, low float, 20 million in the float. Probably no another one of these insurance companies. Probably no. I don't see any news. Oh boy, I mentioned the EVRG a little earlier, and it is moving. It has room until 51.85 until it hits that next high. Well, the market is yeah, weakening again. But look at HA now, guys. I mean, talk about I mean, this is actually a pretty big red candle, I think. Mm, maybe not. I did not see this. Now I know you posted that this is an IPO today, but I just don't look at the SPACs. This is a SPAC. You can tell it's a SPAC. Came out at 10, ends in a U. So, so INTS, I didn't see this one. So Intensity Therapeutics, low float, 8 million. Had some news on the first, selected for Spotlight oral presentation. When is that? December 8th. So upcoming. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, I'll be right back. All right, back. Oh, the AVRG guys, this is really nice, expensive one, but a pretty decent alert. All right, another fairly low float, Annex, ANIX, and ANIX. Another one that's coming into the 200-day moving average, 366, right above here. Ugly, ugly looking weekly chart, in my opinion. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Hey, here's another one just got halted. Low volume right now. ENGN just got halted. ENGN got halted. And Gene, Canadian company out of Saint Laurent, Quebec. Founded in 2023. Okay, so talk about a very new company, ENGN. You could say, I guess it did a IPO or something back here. Not a lot of volume, of course, right now, but it did just get halted. Take a look at here, 955. So no big clue where it's going to open. Let's take a look left on this weekly chart. Where could it go? I mean, the next high is, so that was last week. So last week's high actually was 1485. Yeah, I see the fee rate here, almost 1,000%. If actually there are shorts available, 5.8, 5,800. I'm not going to, of course, but okay, here's the seal again. Okay, SEEL. Okay, now this is a little more ominous. Okay, 955 on the halt for ENGN, and look at the price, 871 potential open, quite a bit below. That's not what you want to see. So I doubt anybody's in this one because the volume was so low. Nobody should be in this one. All right, guys. Not just kind of waiting to see where this one opens. Might surprise us. Nope, there's where it opened. But boy, look at the spread. 871, 930. Yeah, pretty tough spread now. 955 for the ENGN. Very low volume still. I mean, it's picking up, but wow. This is gonna get halted again. Gonna get halted again, almost for sure. You can tell because the bid ask is not changing. Oh, okay, it did. Okay. Well, I didn't like it because it was so because of what happened on Friday, but Alt, you had the original alert at 9:44, say 9:45, at 4:39. It hit 488. I'm surprised how many in this option scanner today. I'm really surprised. Okay, guys, ANIX again getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. There are shorts available for me, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. I only say that because just in case it's not get through that. I just don't think it has that much area to drop, though. I mean, it looks like 340 is pretty good resist or support. Okay, guys. EQH showing up on the option scanner. So the original alert was at 32.12. So 32.20 now. WISA. And okay, now when you say penny, it must be under a dollar, right? WISA. And it is WISA. Well, it did hit 38, 39, 38 cents in the pre-market for whatever reason. After the company announced an HDTV brand signed to WISA. Okay. So yeah, so this one went negative. No shorts available for me. NEGG. This went negative. Big move in the pre-market, all the way up to 240. Right now back down to 150, 160. Hmm. Guys, this has got some room. CERE has got some room. Look left on the weekly chart, and the next high is 3067. So this has got some room. Some volume, like pretty good volume, 5.8 times normal. If they had any news, I don't see any news today for it. CERE, not a low float, 82 million. They don't have to be low, but look, man, it's through the 200-day moving average today. And again, when you look left, the next high in the weekly anyway is 30.72. So almost $3. Hmm. Just watching this here. I want to see how well it holds 28. Oh, man is right. That's my sound alert for my abnormal option activity, BMEA. I should have had way more faith in this. Look at that, 1996, 2105 now. I just thought that 200-day moving average might stall it. Didn't even come close to stalling it. And the next high now looking left is both on the weekly and the daily chart, $23. I mean, still has room. $2 to that next high. All right, guys, SSNT moving again. So takes out, not in it anymore, but you know what? I mean, if it gets over, say, 12 something or other, maybe 1232-ish. This MIGI, MIGI has, I think, a little bit of room. Yeah, 157 is the next high on the weekly chart. So it's at 124 right now. And kind of, I don't like these bottoming tails and topping tails, but the trend is definitely up. Pretty low float, 14 million in the float. BMEA driving me crazy, only because I'm not in it. Look what this one got up to, guys. We looked at this one earlier, MYO, and you can see the high today was 429. And I remember when I looked left on the monthly chart, I wanted to see where the next high was, and what I was 424. So if it can take out 424, get back up to that high, it could go on a bit of a run, because now when you look at the monthly chart, the next high would be around 770. Again, we're not saying it's going to get there, but I think if it can take out 430 again, it could have a bit of a run. It's another low float, 14 million. So all I have to do is just stick an alert. I'll put an alert around 426. See how easy that is. So I want somebody in the United States to go to Amazon and see whether or not shot is available. Okay, if you don't mind. I checked. I'm in Canada, and I did not see that the product was available. Not in Canada anyway. I just want to see. And they say it was made available on the 30th. It's sold out in a few. It said, well, they said they made it available on November 30th, a day before. So maybe it's sold out. Wow. I mean, sells out within hours. Sells out. Okay. Yeah. Sells out within hours after being released a day early. Product is expected to be restocked shortly. And nobody is saying to get drunk and then take this and you're set to drive. Okay. I'm just intrigued. I want to, I'm not a big drinker or anything like that, but I'm intrigued. Look at this EN blasted GN. Wow. I know it's not the volume, but the volume has picked up. I mean, when we first saw it, it was like 20 odd thousand. The volume is just picking up. if you do a search on Safety Shot hangover cure, okay, David, in our YouTube room, Safety Shot hangover cure. I don't think that's it, but yeah, apple cider vinegar, yikes. Yeah, SSNT, it's not over, in my opinion, as a real Shady is saying. This is the type of stock, that if it takes out, believe it or not, takes out the highs later on, it could get rolling again. How did I know that Pepe would be one of those standing desk users? He's always cutting edge. I agree. That's why when you hear me say just a minute, guys, I have to take a little bit of a walk. See, look how the volume is picked up now for that ENGN. I mean, it's not crazy volume yet, but I mean, it's 13 times normal. Remember the original alert was at 9:55. The alert meaning that's where we first well, I first saw it at in when it got halted at 9:55 price. All right, you guys are making me look at these cannabis plays. Ugh, ACB, wow. Unbelievable. 50-cent stock. Oh, sorry, CGC. What am I doing? CGC. Is it over a dollar? Unbelievable. Well, they may be active, but I don't have a lot of faith in them. But I'm not trying to, if you're in these trades, great. And they're working for you, fantastic. MSOS, yeah, I mean, it's 6%. All right, speaking of which, I'm going to get up. Give me a moment, wander around. Well, thou shalt not chase. BMEA. You know, this VTSI, when you look left on the monthly chart, you can see there's some resistance around, the 860 mark. If it can get through that, look left, it's got a lot of room, 1223. So instead of having you stare at the chart, I'll just stick a price alert there. 860. See if it takes it out at some point. Maybe not today, but if it does tomorrow, you can just start to see. Look at all the room it's got. Oh man. ALT. Okay, guys. So ALT still has room, obviously. Yesterday, well, not yesterday, but excuse me, Friday's high was 587. It did have some news to cause that pop. These guys do BMEA. I know I looked earlier. Say it must. So it's obviously something to do with diabetes. I've seen some of these diabetes plays. So diabetes. One earnings play. HTOO. One earnings play. Not that it's any good, but I'm just saying that one earnings play showed up in my scanner. Well, let's take a look at where shot could go. Okay, look left, and the next high looking left, that was a few days ago. That was November 22nd, and the high was 605. So it's close to that. Looks like the all time high probably was up here at 750. Well, I should call it the all time high when it was trading as shot. Oh, man, the last time I looked, I think it was this annex was struggling, not struggling, but was could it get through the 200-day moving average? Yes, obviously it did. Well, guys, I mean, watch this on a 29 break, the CERE. I mean, again, it's got the room, 3070, got some room. Now, path, I wonder if it went positive. PATH. Not quite. You know, it takes out that high on Friday. This is really starting to tick me off. BMEA. You wouldn't think so real, but it's just, yeah. I mean, again, 113,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, but I just don't have a feel for when you could start to. I mean, yes, if you right now it looks obvious, sure, shorter at 29. Okay, guys, 11:31. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I just want to check to see. Sure, it's going to be crisp, but just in case, I'm just going to drop him a message. Alt, guys, over five now, approaching the high of Friday. I mean, still far enough away. I mean, it's almost six. All right, let's keep an eye on EYPT. You know what? It might start to run again. All this kind of basing a little bit around 19. Probably would, well, I mean, this hit 35 in the pre-market and it really dropped. Maybe he's sort of moving out. VWAP is at 2246, so that's far enough away. Well, okay. I mean, this ADTX has some room. I mean, the next high looking left was Friday's high, 394. And then if it can get through that, say into the fours, then the next high is 530. So, I mean, there is room for this to move if it wants to. It's a very, very low float, 237,000 or so. So, very, very low float. Not a lot of volume, 218,000 shares. But if it ever picks up, give me one moment, please. All right, guys. SSNT perking up again. You can see, look at all these, look at this area right there, right around 1170, 1180, 1170 to 1180. Look at this, this 15-minute chart. Yeah, keep an eye on this 1180 mark, guys. If it takes that out, it could really rip again. You can just kind of see on that 15-minute chart, all the action right around that area on the highs. William, you mentioned NVOS, a little spike. Yeah, yeah, a lot of volume came in. 1.38 million shares are traded, 850 of them right here. Okay, got a confirmation that it will be Chris in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. I'm going to take my break. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Triple IV. Used to see this one a long time ago. How ugly is this one? Look at this 15-minute chart. Topping tails and bottoming tails. Of course, until I click on the alert, I don't know how ugly it's going to be. So, okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for maybe 5 minutes. Okay, this Myo, MYO. I mean, this has got the room. We already looked at the monthly chart and we established that it has room to 770. We're not ever saying it's getting to 770, but that 424. So it's above that 424. So you know what? I'm taking some. Ah, okay, guys. Now here's the SSNT. SSNT. It just showed up again, taking man, oh man. But look at it, got all the way back down. So again, very, very erratic still. Okay. It we had the alert, the highs of all these the four previous or the three previous 15-minute candles, and it pulled right back immediately. So all I'm going to do is reset that alert and see if it takes it out again later on. Well, it's right at those highs. Okay. ADTX, we just talked about this one a while back. ADTX, the high is 405. Sorry, 394. That was Friday's high. It broke above it briefly. Just a minute. All right, guys, just waiting on the Mayo. I'm in again at 432. Okay, 432. So I want to see if this has any bit of a run in it. MYO. Ugh, this one, my goodness. MYNS. Sorry, MYNZZ. Look at the room it's got. Remember seeing this one on Friday? And I thought I put a price alert, but maybe I didn't. 137, 136. So I mean, this is a little bit like some of the others that we've seen. When they take out this high here and look at the room it's got, 251. Okay, guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in the main room. So Chris is not there quite yet, but he'll be there in about 10 minutes, I guess. So here's the YouTube link. You want to head over and listen to Chris while I take my break between 12 and 1. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, back. I mean, this ENGN, guys, I mean, I know I mean, even the spread, wow, look at the spread right now. It actually is okay. And there's the path. My guess is that path is positive now. PATH. Almost getting closer to being positive. It just has to get up a little over 25. This was the trade of the week last week. Look at this, guys. Path is almost positive. Almost back to the close on Friday. I'd stick an alert around 2508 and see if it can run from there. Now, I'm not going to take any new trade right now. I'm going to be taking my break very soon. So I'm not going to take any new trade right now. So I'll have the MYO. Hasn't really moved. I'm in at 432, so it really hasn't moved. But you can kind of see that if a path can take out the high of Friday, not the high of Friday, sorry, the close of Friday, then it's got a shot maybe to get close to the high of Friday, which is 2560 or so. And that is PATH. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Sometimes Chris shows up about 5 minutes. Oops, should get rid of that first. All right, guys. So for me on the MYO, it's got to hold. It's got to hold. That high there. If it doesn't, I'm out. 424. Meanwhile, alt, good grief, look at this. Alt is just Motoring ahead now. BRP. Okay, this could be interesting. Just over the whole number, 18. And how much room does it have when we look left? Maybe not enough. 1835 is the next high. Not enough for me anyway. Okay, this SSNT is really based nicely here. Maybe we get another. Is that Chris?
It sure is.
Oh, it was Chris. Okay, just so if you watch this SSNT, guys, again, I got my alert set at the highs of those previous 4 15-minute candles. That's around 1180 or so. Okay, guys, Chris is in the room, so I've already put the YouTube link in, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. See you guys in about an hour. Christopher, how are you?
We're gutting one out today, Barry. We're gutting
one out today.
Okay. I'm flying a little under the weather.
Oh, what's just
all the German-fested children that I spend my weeks with.
Yes,
they got me.
They got you. One reason not to have kids, but the only reason, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's the only reason not to have kids. Otherwise, they're delightful little things, aren't they?
They really are. They really are. It's a decent trade-off.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, if you want to take off earlier,
no, I'm fine. I'm good to go. You enjoy your break, and
okay,
we'll see you in about an hour, my friend.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
You got it. All right, everybody. As Barry makes his way out, and I make my way in, and I make a screen swap. There we go. Perfect. That out of the way so it's not blocking at the bottom. Set my timer. Excellent. All right, everybody. So happy Monday to you all. As always, just, interesting front row seat we get to the markets here. I don't see anything here that was recently put into the chat, so I will surmise that Barry has handled anything that was in here on the YouTube side, of course. As always, folks, this is free-for-all Q&A. No pre-done content here. Selfishly, I always think it's the best when you folks are asking questions, driving the content. 2 reasons. 1, helps make me better at my job. Keeps me on my toes, answering questions, thinking about the software, a lot of times in different ways than I may be thinking about it normally. The other reason is that kind of community vibe, that you may have a question that's similar to someone else's question, or helps answer a question that they may have, or they may not even know they had that same question as you. After you had asked it, it kind of pops in their head saying, gee, I wish I'd thought of that, or that brings me into this kind of thought. So as always, if nobody has any questions or comments, I'll do my best to keep it moving and informative. So with that said, I guess we could just start with what's on my screen here. I got a GLD chart up here, and doing my work through the weekend here. Nonstop tweets going out over the weekend about gold, and I believe there's an all-time high closing, monthly high closing for November on gold, and people shouting it from the roofs and so on and so forth. And lo and behold, we get a massive gap down in gold. I don't know, call it massive, I guess. All right, we're down 2%. So we get a gap down in gold, sizable gap down in gold. And it's been a gap down and continue anyways. So And what do you make of these things, right? The thing has gone like a rocket ship off this bottom here from October. Is it taking a pause for the cause and a slight pullback? Time will tell, so on and so forth. But you got to note these things. I also think it's important to note that just below that $200 level on the GLD, and also fighting at the 190 level here on the GLD, right? So these are all going to be psychological numbers that every trader in the world is going to be looking at and anticipating that they're smarter than the next person. So anyways, I just put that up there, and it's been on my screen for a while here. And quick thoughts on gold, and look at the SPY real quick here. And something similar, only not the all-time highs look on it. We've still got to hit the Wayback Machine for all-time highs that were in March of, or sorry, January of 2022. Yeah, I think it was January 2022, the end of December 2021, beginning of January 2022. We're not terribly far off on that. Obviously, this 455 level, 455, 460 level on the SPY remains very big here. We're going to continue to fight around there a little bit. But again, much like gold, we had a gap down and a go for a while here in SPY, which has since recovered, unlike gold. And I think we're going to find the same as we move around the indexes here. All right, so something similar here in the Qs. The diamonds or your Dow, overall looking good if I typed it in there, right? Let's look at the chart that we're discussing. A little bit different look here in the diamonds or the Dow. Is much stronger looking than all the rest of the indexes. I don't know much, but it's definitely stronger looking. It has been stronger looking throughout all of this here. You can see a lot of old lines here marked up from the past. I never really delete them and save them. But interesting how this all worked out here. This is where we found support again on the Dow. We're taking off like a rocket ship. Now, the difference I wanted to note here in the Dow versus the other indexes that we were looking at is, yes, we had the gap down, way down, but we reversed right away before we sold off. Sorry, just bring up a drawing tool there. Illustrate a little bit. We gapped down to here, and then we shot back up almost to positive very quickly there before a sell-off and a bit of a rebound again here. So anyways, we've had quite a run off these bottom reversals here from the recent pullbacks. And I would just keep in mind that they will wear you out before they scare you out, right? And again, what do I mean by that? Here's the October lows from 2022 and a big reversal, and we start to kind of chop a lot sideways and a sell-off, and you're thinking, a lot of people are thinking, all right, this is it. We're coming back to test those October lows. The economy's bad, inflation, blah, 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 blah. Only that didn't happen, right? We started to move back up, and bulls started to think, oh, here we go. This is it. We're going to take out those highs after the October lows that we had put in 2022, only we didn't. We didn't really sell off hard either, right? And here we go. This is it. All-time highs are incoming. Here we go. We're strong. Market's moving up. Inflation is decelerating because we still have inflation, still a positive number, but it's decelerating, and things are going to improve. And then they didn't, right? We sold off again, but here, right? But, nothing crazy. And now here we go back up the other side. So that's what I mean by they'll wear you out. This chop like this is very difficult. That's all there is to it. And some people will say it's time in the market. Some people say it's timing the market. It just depends on your trading strategy and so on and so forth. So anyways, with all that said, talking your ears off here, folks have questions for me. Please don't be shy. You got to get those questions in for me. I'm more than happy to answer those. As I do like to say, I can't answer the questions that are not asked. So with all that said, I haven't really taken a look at anything going on in the market today outside of those couple of things that we just discussed. But we could peruse around a little bit here from my relative strength from the open scan, CUTR. Sizable percent move here, very ugly looking daily chart here. Okay liquidity at 1.5 million shares traded in a 3.42 relative volume, currently kicking at the moment. Made most of its move early. This is something that kind of tough on that daily chart look, right? A lot of resistance here on that daily chart. You're going to find probably that 275 levels, going to be a challenge. That $3 level is going to be a challenge. So nothing I'd be particularly interested in myself. Not sure for the reason that it's kicking the way it is today. Earnings are obviously behind it. Probably has some kind of news involved in it. Bitcoin big today. Thoughts on Mara, Riot, etc. They're going to be Bitcoin tied. I've got no reason or rhyme why Bitcoin goes up or down, other than buyers and sellers, right? That's all I've got. There's no anything else besides the technicals to look at Bitcoin. That's it. Why do the technicals get people interested? Why do they get people disinterested? Human nature. So you're really going to be tied to that here with Mara and Riot. That's going to be the big ones here. So I think trying to stay with the technicals on these is what you really will have to do. I would say that technical level of $10 was huge as it came out of it and tested it and really kind of exploded off that $10 level. I would suspect 15, you're going to find that to be a big technical level as well. You'll get people, it's extended now and it needs to rest. Look, beauty in the eye of the chart holder and all those kinds of things in the sense of this. How many times have we seen something that looks insanely extended and it just kind of keeps going, right? I mean, I would tell you to look at the last time Mara did this here, right? Exploded at its 10 level, took a pause here for a couple of days, really made another pretty good sizable move up and did a pause here. Nope, really didn't. Ran right up into that 20 and got rejected off that 20. So again, this comes down to what do you define as your risk levels in this? What do you define as your reward levels in this? And do they make sense to you to put any risk allocation into those right there? I'm not a crypto person in the sense of, there are people out there that have been trading and studying crypto, not just since its inception, but since maybe it became enough of a mainstay, let's say in 2015, 2016. They're going to be way smarter than me as far as that stuff goes and its viability and longevity and so on and so forth. But as far for me as just taking things as a trade and a risk allocation here, after a move like this, I'm going to need to see it kind of hang around here for a day or two for me to want to be interested. If it did that, then, look, that bottoming shadow or the top of this candle, those start to make sense as defined risk levels to the downside, right? And again, one person's going to see it one way, another person's going to see it another way. I kind of like the top of that candle. Why do I like the top of that candle? Well, look at price touching, a number of times right there. And I bet that if we scroll back on this chart, we're going to find price touching that level a whole bunch. Look at that. No happy accident, all of those things happening right there. Someone that wants to be a little more conservative, they might want the bottom of the shadow here, surmising that this is going to be the low of today, right? We have no way to know if that'll be the low of today. We've got 4 trading hours or just under 4 trading hours left today going on. For all we know, the whole thing reverses and collapses, right? I have no idea. I don't think that's likely, but there's a lot of things I didn't think likely in my lifetime, and here we are, right? So I'm sure anybody here sitting in the chair listening could say the same exact things. So those are the kind of things that I would be thinking about, Mara. I would suspect that, and again, that 15 level, if we get through it, then you're looking at somewhere in that 1650 level. And you're looking here at that 1775 level. And I'm ballparking these here. We always want to think of support and resistance as spongy zones, right? If you're trying to find support and resistance to the penny, you're really going to be giving yourself a big headache. At least that's what I found in my experience in the past. It's not to say don't try to do it if that's what you believe in. It's what makes a market, of course. It makes a market. I would suspect that if we look at Riot, let's take a quick look at Riot. All right. OT. Well, we have a very similar look here. I would say a little bit of a different look on the $10 here. So when we looked at Mara before, I think we saw back here more time below the $10, where here we're seeing more time above that $10 there before going on that run. But they're first cousins. I mean, they're first cousins who were born in the same month, essentially. That's what it really looks like here as far as the charts are concerned. So that, that's my 2 cents for whatever it's worth, or whatever anybody thinks that's worth on Bitcoin and Riot and Mara. So apologize, it just a message came in that I had to respond to there. So, all right, was there anything else that came in? Nope, that's it. All right, that was just the one and only so far from this. So, all right, I'm going to continue to go back through my relative strength from the open scan. But please, folks, anybody with any questions, software related, trade related, market related, fire them away for me. I don't, know nearly all of anything, but I'll do my best to answer those. And if I simply don't know the answer, I'm going to simply say I don't know that answer and see if I can't do a little research to get you that answer. Just bear with me one moment here. All right, so let's scroll on down here. CVM. This is a biotech, no? Yeah. Haven't seen this one in a long time. I believe it's one of those ones that went on a crazy run at some point. Yep, there we go. Knew it did something like that at some point. And has since been smacked down to the mat. Having a day today, obviously. Up just shy of 40% here at the moment. Volume kicking relative-wise. Just under 4, meaning doing just short of 4 times what it's normally doing over the past 30 days or so. Enough liquidity in there to be tradable. Interestingly enough, running out of steam just below that 3 level where we've seen it. Run out of steam just below it here, right about at it there, just below it here, and right at about it there. So again, whole numbers psychological. For those that are like me, and what do I mean by like me? When I first started looking at charts and doing any of this stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to be that guy that's so smart and be able to anticipate these things. And no, I wasn't. So that's how that went. That's how it goes for people in general. And that's when I started to really pay attention to confirmation. What's confirmation? Well, confirmation can mean a lot of things, but for me, confirmation would mean getting some closing candles above a level that looks like is support and or resistance. And does that mean just because you have quote unquote confirmation, it's going to do what you believe it's going to do? Nope, not at all, not whatsoever. But it certainly helps put the odds in your favor and could be the basis of a trading plan right there by doing things like that. Whether it's on a daily chart or a 5-minute chart or a weekly chart, so on and so forth, right? Great example. I'm going to bring up this GLD here. There may be a group of people that were waiting for a monthly close that became an all-time high monthly close right there. That's the all-time high monthly close for GLD right there on this past Friday, right? And yet here we are selling off today. So in the grand scheme of things, did it work for today? No, but when you're looking at a monthly chart, let's consider it by the month, not by the day, right? But just trying to illustrate here how confirmation is a way that many traders, fund managers, they implement these kinds of things into their strategies that it's something they can write down, they can go back, they can test it, they can do it over and over again, see results, tweak it, go forth and improve upon it. So confirmation, just something to think about when you're thinking about entering or exiting a trade, right? You'll have many people that have a exit plan that says, oh, if the price crosses below the VWAP or a moving average, that's my exit. But there may be a caveat in it that price crosses below it, and then the 5-minute candle closes below that, they're out. But if the 5-minute candle doesn't close below it, then they'd stay in the trade. Again, these are things that should be thoroughly tested, taking simulated trades, writing down results, going back, analyzing how those results look, how we can improve upon them, if we can improve upon them, so on and so forth. So, and again, folks, got some radio silence going on here. Please fire away questions for me. As always, running off on a tangent here. So anyways, long story long, we were talking about CVM, $3 level. Let's get out of this monthly chart. Let's go back to a daily chart, a little more relevant to what we're doing currently. All right, moving along down the list here, we've got BMEA. This thing has had quite a run. Holy mackerel. Well then, I'm sure I must have seen this last week. I'm just in a bit of a brain fog today, but I don't think any way that I did not see this last week on my scans. So obviously, insane run here. That's just continuing today. 9 relative volume. That's a 9 relative volume. And we're, with these days that are in the mix here, and it's still kicking at that level. Just over 2.1 mil shares traded. I shouldn't say just over 2.1 mil because it's headed towards 2.2 million shares traded today. So still very liquid, still kicking. And, this is one of those things that's kind of daily chart wise defied some general conventions of whole numbers, right? Here it is, ran up just below that 15 level. It looks like it opened above that, or had a high above that 15 level, excuse me. So it went up over that 15 level, and the next day shot right by it again. And again, shot by this 20 level so far today. So again, this is why beauty is in the eye of the chart beholder. Why we do not work in absolutes. We do not work in ultimatums here. We work in a lot of if-then possibility and scenarios here. But there's BMEA again. Absolute flyer on the day today. SSNT. This looks like it has had a serious day on volume here. Just looking at this here. Not one single candle. So obviously we're going to see a massive relative volume there. No surprise that the liquidity is right up there with it as well as far as shares traded. Does not look like an easy trader today. It's something I would generally steer clear of. And someone would ask me, why would you steer clear of this? When I see a stock that's just got this kind of range on it, these are the things that I've been hurt on the most over my years. I don't know. If I had a $50 million account, maybe taking a shot at 1,000 shares or something on this with my trading plan, that might be something more reasonable to try, but I don't. And I don't like to risk hard-earned money like that. We have to know where our strengths and weaknesses are. And when you've got something that can reverse on a dime like this, I'm going to surmise that this is halted up and down a couple times today. Just not my cup of tea for that large of a range like this, both to the upside and downside like that. Seeing a couple of dollar reversal like that on one 5-minute candle, seeing a couple of dollar reversal over the span of maybe several 5-minute candles, I'd still consider it. But something that can reverse that fast for me, I don't want to be involved in something like that where it could just blow through any reasonable stop that I might see that's out there, and the share size that I would have to take on this to make money just doesn't make sense. So anyways, just my 2 cents there. But SSNT, I'm sure there are plenty of people that are trading it. I'm sure there are people that would listen to me say this, that might be listening to me say this now and say, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I very well may not. So, that's just the way it goes. See trader. Todd's my thoughts on BABA. Well, FXI made yearly lows today. So BA, Jesus Christ, BA, let's do this. So I'm not exactly keen on any Chinese stocks at the moment right now. If Andy Lindloff's out there listening, he probably maybe disagree, and he's doing some bottom fishing, but Andy's also been doing this for 20 some odd years successfully. And I've been doing this for half a decade successfully. And, you know, I put an asterisk next to successfully because everybody's got their different definition of what success is. I've had more wins and losses as far as my P&L goes over the last 5 years, but that doesn't mean I'm by at all any stretch of any imagination I've made it. I still take my lumps and lickings, so and always default to the giants that have come before me. But with all that said, yeah, it's not a healthy looking chart by any stretch of anyone's imagination here. And one of the things that I always suggest to people is when you're trying to find some support or resistance, go and start drawing lines, right? Do you want to draw it to the bottom of today's action, whether it's the bottom of a candle's body or the bottom of a shadow? We'll go with the bottom of the shadow right now. This is going to superimpose over to this chart here. Let's give it a moment. There we go. And look, if we break this level here, which we've tested a few times, you know, where's the next level we're coming to here, right? This is why I like my period 20 low indicator so much on the daily chart, because this makes it really clear to me. We're coming down here. It's likely that if we break this here, we're coming here. And this just happens to work out to this level back here, you know, let's take a look. And again, if we think of this as a squishy zone, right? Not looking at exact price, but look at the price action that we touched it back in here. We fell just short of it back here, right? So the last time we saw the price action at this level is back in 2 years ago, October-ish of 2022, right? And we came right down here and whooshed to those lows on BABA. So again, you have to ask yourself, what do you realistically think you can make versus what do you realistically think you can lose? And the flip side of this is if you were looking to short it, right? If you were looking to short it, that's not an unrealistic target to come down to here or here. I would say one of these two levels down here. Again, viewed in the eye of the chart holder, what each individual believes. You know, you're really being aggressive. Are you looking at, you know, getting it down here below that 60 level around 58, right? And on the flip side of it, if you're right, long, you're wrong, short, are you wrong at 80? Doesn't seem like a bad level to pick. First off, that psychological whole number. Second, you know, again, look at the price touching all of this in here. You're going to be tied, though, very heavily to the FXI here, right? And that does not look good. I mean, now someone else might look at it and say, gee, this thing is prime. Look at this descending triangle. And I won't disagree with them on that. I won't disagree. What do I mean by that descending triangle? Well, you know, right? I can see that descending triangle, right? And if it does, if it breaks eventually, but here's just the thing. Broke there, didn't work out so well. Broke there, didn't work out so well. Could it break here and work out well? Absolutely. Why not? No reason it couldn't, right? All I'm saying is just consider the risk that you're putting on versus the reward, whether you think it's going to break down here or break out on that, right? Both are logical. Both are reasonable. There's no reason that either one can't happen. And people could always make all the economic and macro views of why everything is so terrible and all the stock market's going to zero and blah, 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 blah. In the end, the bottom line is the stock market's not the economy is not the stock market, and that's just a fact. We dissect it, and people can argue it all they want, but it's just that simple. So as always, long story long, BABA, you're going to want to take a really long, hard look. The fact that you're below that 80 line, you're testing some what I would consider some weak support here. What do I mean by weak support? Oops, that's not what I want. Let's bring this out to a weekly chart. You're not finding a whole lot of tests of this line here on a weekly chart, right? You got to go really, really, really far back to find this here, right? to find this line again. Really far back. The fact that you got to go back to 2016 outside of these ones here in 2022, March of 2022, October of 2022, you break this line, that ain't looking too healthy for you right now, right? So that's what I would keep in mind with BABA. But look, these are also the things that separate some of the biggest winners that have ever happened. Those that they've got that trading plan, they're going to play that risk reward, knowing that if I'm wrong, all right, let's say I'm wrong here or here, whatever you decide it is the bottom of the shadow, is the bottom of that candle. And if I'm right, I mean, there is a big upside reward to it, right? But that discipline to stick with that there, I mean, you can't be messing with that kind of stuff, right? Good way to get hurt. Good way to get hurt. Anyways, again, like I said, long story long, that's short and skinny on BABA. Or that's my short and skinny on BABA. I guess make the long story even longer, if I may. KWeb, Chinese internet stocks. Not as bad looking as the FXI overall, right? We talked earlier on, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. Sideways is a trend too. It's an ugly trend. It's the worst of the trends, quite personally. At least in my opinion, it is. It's a lot of sideways action, right? I mean, we came down, we went under it, we came up, we went over it, and we've kind of really been stuck in this range for quite a while here this year, right? So let's see, the end of last year, we poked under it. Into the beginning of this year, we poked over it and kind of just settled on being right in this range since then. To me, what makes this hard? I mean, where's your edge on this, right? Where is your edge on deciding a breakout or a breakdown at some point, right? I don't have an edge on this. I would need this to claim 30 and start to build. I'd want to see higher highs and higher lows on this, right? Higher, lower high, lower high, lower high for now. Yes, you've got that low and you've got this low currently, but if it takes that out, you know, you ain't building on nothing at that point still, right? So anyways, so hopefully some of that made sense, help someone out there. I can see I've lost a large portion of the viewership here, going from a high of 68 of you to a low of 58 a moment ago. So, and again, folks, you're always welcome to change the direction of the conversation that's going on here by just using that chat panel there in YouTube, firing away some questions for me there, whatever it is that you want to fire away. All right, so that takes care of BABA there. All right, let's head back into the relative strength here. So there's, we talked about this. So INM. All right. Well, this is taking the place on the leaderboard here from SSNT, which we were talking about a moment ago, which was in fourth place. So we've got this having gapped up on, let's see, so that's Monday, Friday, Thursday, big gap up, and gave it up here on Thursday. Much smaller range here on Friday, and not much volume on it on Friday as compared to Thursday, to say the least here. And then today, gap down and kind of just puttering along right up until just before we got together here. Started to see an increase in volume here just as I was coming on to take over the stream from Barry. So it's gone on, obviously a pretty explosive percentage win there coming out of that 3 level and since reversed. So make of it what you will. It's certainly active. Nothing I'm going to put on my radar for today, that's for sure. But there it is nonetheless. Certainly a valid talking point. VTGN. Interesting one here. Another pharmaceutical. And, approaching 1 million shares traded on the day, doing 4 times what it's normally doing here. And you could see it didn't do its heaviest volume on the open like a lot of stocks would do. That volume came in later on that move up there. And we'll see what that means for it later in the day here. It's certainly worth noting. Looking at it on a daily chart. Where we're at. Pin just below this level here. So it gets over it. If we can get over the high of the day, there may be some room to 5. Could be one to keep an eye on. Not sure what the interest is in it today. And I would just keep in mind that interest has it at a 4 relative volume, but still less than 1 million shares traded on it. So, Javier, I just did probably a 7 or 8 minute spiel on Baba. I'll recap it ultra quick, but I really just went over a ton on Baba. I don't want to kill everybody in here that's been listening. But Baba, if you break this low here, you got to go really far back to find another low. So Baba don't look too good. If you're a bottom fisher, and you're going to be really disciplined about it, trying to be long, there's, obviously a possible high reward, but the risk is what you define as the risk. And if you're not good at bottom fishing and you're not a disciplined trader, the risk is really large on Baba. So just I would keep that in mind with Baba. The other thing to keep in mind is this: FXI, your Chinese large caps, they also very sick looking, right? So China as a whole does not look good at all as far as stock charts go, both there in the FXI and the K-Web. I would keep those in mind. Now, look, that doesn't mean, am I saying, oh, don't go near Chinese stocks? All I'm saying is just keep in mind what the price action is of this stuff, right? The flip side of it is, you always want to be cautious, because what happens if all of a sudden China rallies and you decide you want to be short it and you get a fake out to the downside and then it does explode to the upside, right? So just keep in mind that these could be the most rewarding positions. They are the toughest positions, and they can certainly be the most punishing positions, whether you're going to go long or short down here at multi-year. I mean, you're almost talking decades here, decade lows. Look, you got to go back to 2013 to find lower lows than this, right? So that's the short and skinny that I got on Baba there for you. The overall Chinese market ain't looking too healthy. Did you see EL in previous days? No position for me. You're welcome, Javier. EL. That's interesting. SD Louder. Huh. This is like beauty supplies and stuff, right? Just want to make sure I'm thinking the right company here. Yeah, makeup, fragrance, blah, 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 blah. I feel like they were really big in the 80s and 90s when I was growing up, seeing commercials and stuff like that for them. Not a name I thought of in a very long time. Well, all right. So here we go. The flip side of that, asking about Baba and the Chinese stocks, right? Someone took a shot bottom fishing down here. They're paid they're rewarded pretty handsomely, no? So again, it can happen, right? You better be super disciplined, though, because let's go back and look again on the monthly chart, right? You'd have had to go all the way back here to 2017, but it found, look at this. Now, if you were wrong on this, you would have been wrong at 100, and where are we going to be wrong down to 70? That would have not been a very good trade, right? To have lost $30 per share, give or take on that. So, but again, we take our shot somewhere down here at 100 and we say, you know what? We bust down into the 95 range, we're out. Doesn't seem unreasonable, but you better have a reason for it. Just don't randomly pick 95. Otherwise, randomly pick 98 or 94 or 89, right? But if you had a sound reason, you are one of those people that looks for things at a bottom, that you're finding multi-year lows, could have been rewarded here. Now, this is just one example, though. I could probably, if we really search for it, I could probably find many examples of this not working out in someone's favor to the long side, obviously, right? And vice versa, we do a flipper or whatever side. So anyways, long story long, you've had a massive bounce in this here, 2-month bounce and $40, give or take. So, I mean, if you were in it, I hope you have a plan for managing it. If you don't have a plan, get one literally now and start following it, right? I mean, that would be my advice anyways. Speaking as someone who has done not to this extent, but I've had plenty of trades where I became a winner and I had no plan whatsoever to manage it, and I let a winner turn to a loser. That's probably the most unforgivable sin that I could think of. As always, long story long, no surprise that you're going to run into some resistance here at this 140 level here, right? Psychological number. We can see here that it towed this line for quite a while before breaking down underneath it and then giving that reverse. I would also like to note this, broke down here, had a couple of day reversal before really getting slaughtered there, right? So these are the things that could happen, right? I have no idea. I could guess that was earnings. I have no idea if it was or wasn't, but to show how brutal the stock market could be, let's say you pick the bottom here, right? And you're up a couple of days and you think I could work this back up to 140 and then you get a gap down to here. I mean, that's the kind of thing that could take someone out of the stock market for basically the rest of their lives, right? Just, keep these things in mind on your risk reward kind of stuff here. And if we hit the way back machine, there's not a whole lot to show here at that level. Again, these are things that I would keep in mind when I'm looking at support and resistance, and you got to go back half a decade or more, right? I mean, there's half a decade right now. There's more. So these are the things that I'd be keeping in mind. I think you've got some defined levels again here. Top of that monthly candle. So the high of that monthly candle is 147. The open of that monthly candle is 143. So you could see resistance anywhere in that area, right? And it kind of steps up from there based on that. So it'd be my kind of short and skinny on Estee Lauder Company. Bear with me one moment here, folks. Alrighty. So again, if you're in it, I kudos. 1, hope you have a plan. 2, and 3, stick to that plan. If you're looking to get in it, you might want to ask yourself, thing is just run $8 today, good for 6%. That's a pretty major run in one day. Is that something you want to go chasing? Right? And, off this $100 level, give or take, up quite a bit as well, right? So I would just keep that in mind as far as that goes. Sorry, just responding to a message that had come in to answer. So, all right, keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. Let's see. Let's continue on down this list here. Oh, you said no position. I'm sorry. You said no position. Anyways, I'm more careful reading that. My apologies. So yeah, no position there, Dr. Check. Yeah, so I would keep in mind it's made a strong move. If it can, going back to what we talked about earlier, confirmation. What are you going to consider confirmation? Is it a close or 2 closes above or 3 closes above 140, right? Or maybe you're looking on the short side. Maybe it can't hold this 140 level. It gets rejected. You see a closer to rejected below the 140 line and you want to short it back down to that 100, both very valid. I think both very valid. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that helps a little bit. All right, pile down the rest of this list here. So we've talked about that. Did we talk about VTGN? Yeah, we talked about VTGN. ALT, wasn't this it's a COVID stock, right? I thought they made like masks and stuff like that. Therapeutic liver stuff. All right, maybe not. I thought this was one of those stocks that went nutso back like at the beginning of COVID. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's pull up a. That's certainly not going to help. What the heck? Let's try this. All right. Yeah, it was a COVID stock. So there, it went nuts here. Here's the beginning of COVID-ish, and it goes nuts. And as the COVID trade faded, so did this thing. I would surmise that they have a little more than whatever participation in COVID that they had going on. But yeah, it was a wacky stock, that's for sure. I'm careful. Let me see. Time and sales. If I remember correctly, this thing can get real spready. It's not at the moment, but very liquid. A lot of relative volume kicking in that. So just having its day to day. Obviously been in a long-term downtrend overall, but having its day to day. Nonetheless, CERE creeping along here. Decent liquidity, 1.7 mil shares traded, doing a little more than 6 times what's normally doing here today. So had a nice strong set of opening bars. Came back down and, poked through that 27 level, came back, tested that 27 level. And as usual, let's do an exercise here. What does 27 mean price-wise to this? Take a look here. Maybe it means nothing. Not as much as I would have thought it would have. Fell short of it here. Passed by it here. We're going back into the year, decent amount. A little more relativity as we go back in time for sure. Price does have memory. I thought it would have had a little more recent memory than it does here, but it's going back to the middle of 2022 anyway, so not terribly far back, but far enough back that I thought we would have seen maybe a little more through here on that. But whole numbers range true all the same. So came back, tested this before making a nice move off of that. And I'd also note here what the volume did here. We came back, we tested it on that 27 level, and the buyers stepped back in with pretty good volume here before taking it higher. Consolidated volume. We moved up. We got an increase in volume from those prior candles. A slight pullback. We got a decrease in volume. All right. And as we got to that 29 level, started to take it out. Volume comes back up. Volume comes back up, and volume stayed a little higher here these last candles than we saw through the average through that distance right there. And that's why I like price and volume right there in a nutshell. Is it clean and simple like that always? Of course not. Absolutely not. But anyways, CERE. So we see a few decent alerts through here, or a few decent idea generations through here. Last week was much nicer from the scan. Well, I shouldn't say much nicer from say we're in one day in this week, right? But it was a nice week for the scan last week for me. Beyond Meat. One of the few times I'll interject my personal opinion, a terrible company and an equally terrible chart. I can literally say nothing positive about anything to do with Beyond Meat whatsoever. So, sorry, I know that probably is not nice to do. But anyways, and people like it. It's all, all the power to them. I'm sure I like things that other people don't like. I eat all kinds of weird stuff. So all the same, sticking to the stock part of this, obviously it was a great chart right until it wasn't. And what do I mean by that? Well, let's look at a weekly chart here. You know, anybody that was involved in it on the IPO here, you know, anybody that sold it on this way up here did themselves a good service. Anybody that saw whatever that level was here and any breakout subsequent to that through there saw a shot at some positive returns off of that. But since middle of 2021, I mean, this thing has just been got to be one of the worst performers out there, right? Of some of these bigger, quote unquote, bigger names or more known names. Will they turn it around? Who knows? I have no idea. What I would say that, you know, where people can, they do vote with their money, and voting with their money, both whether buying the stock or buying their product, obviously they're not. And so, you know, Beyond Meat going to have to do something to get people interested back in their product again, right? You know, not a good looking chart, but here it is nevertheless. 1 and 2 races on the day, so it's got the 9th place tied, I guess, here with OCUL. Let's get that out of a daily chart here. And again, folks, you got questions, you don't like the way that I'm doing by all means, I don't expect anybody to enjoy everything that I'm saying or anything like that. Feel free to interject some stuff out there. I'm happy to take it any direction you folks want to push it with the questions in the comments in the panel there. But we'll round this out here all the same. OCUL, move that it's had today is good for just under 27% currently. Decent volume and liquidity at 5.19 on the relative. Currently, 2.1 on the volume. As per usual, take a look here where we stalled out, that 350 level. It's going to be no happy accident that happened. This price does have memory. Once again, making my case against the random walk, folks. And just to add to that, all these exhibits here for you random walk, folks. Sorry, but you know, proof is in the chart. Not terribly interesting to me. You know, where's the resistance? Is the resistance going to be here? Is it going to be here? You know what I mean? Here. Not terribly interesting to me, but it was there on the list, so I figured let's scroll down, push through, and check it out anyway. So, all right, so we've made it through that list there. Oh, there's a whole lot else to cover there. As far as the finish line is concerned, we'll take a look at some of the stuff that's now on the live data part of it while we are waiting to see if any other questions come in. And view. We've not talked about view, right? Nope. We have not talked about it. So I had that topping shadow here on Friday for whatever reason. Earnings are behind it, so it wasn't earnings. Industrial machine manufacturing design offers smart windows in buildings, provide access to natural light by reducing energy consumption, blah, 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 blah. Sounds like a PR word salad to me, but obviously they did something that got some people interested in the stock, at least here for now, for today. BMEA, we've already talked about that. We talked about CT Lunar. See if that's anything worth talking about. I mean, look, it's up 19% on the day here today. Interesting price action. Gap up, move up, pretty tight consolidation in here. A move up, pretty tight consolidation in here before just a slight tick up. Couldn't take out high of the day. A good amount of resistance here on that daily chart. So, if it got through this level and you got this here before 4 even, so nothing. I saw a shot there. There it is. So there's shot. Got it on my liked list actually. Saw it in the pre-market gapping up. A tough trader, right? I mean, it's a tough trader. Look, up here at 570 or so, back down here to 5, give or take, back up here to 565 or so. These big topping and bottoming shadows here, just not easy to trade that. On a Monday, the market doing what it's done, not my cup of tea. I'm going to continue to watch it. Obviously, I have a price alert there. I haven't reset it for the balance of the day. Struggling here at 6. It's gone on, obviously took out this high of the day from here. But again, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow. Oops, I set my alert wrong. All right, 5 more minutes on that. Sorry, adding 5 more minutes to that timer. Couldn't do basic math in my head, I guess. Anyways, they're shot. Obviously, plenty of liquidity in it, approaching 11 million shares traded on the day. Even with this here, all these volume days still kicking at it, just over 3.5 on that relative volume. So very valid stock. I'm sure there are people that are trading it well. Probably people that aren't trading it well too, just kind of the way it goes. Worth noting without any question. So, all right, still not seeing any questions coming in here to the questions panel itself. What else could we take a look at? What else could we take a look at here? I got my evening scan here. I've been watching it during the days here towards the close, looking to see if there are positions that I want to put on after the, let's say, 2:30, 2:45 hour to carry into the next day if I believe there's some strength. So for those of you that aren't familiar with my evening scan, let me just go over this really. First, let me show the window because I'm sure there'll be someone that wants it. So give me 1 second. Load from cloud, my scan. This is the latest iteration of it. Let me share it. Let's put it in. Copy and paste. So there you go. And what is the scan doing? Let's go into the configure and take a look at what the scan is doing. And we can see here we're looking at stocks that are $11 or higher. They traded at least 750,000 shares on the day with a relative volume of 1. They are 75% above the low of the 20-day range, and they're 75% above the low of today's range. So the idea is trying to find stocks that are maybe busting out over 20 days and are trying to close strong on the day today. And so then we'll look at some charts. I'll look at some charts going into the close, and RCM here, right? Interesting. I don't know that I would take that. The $12 level looks, looming here, but I could consider this one. If I believe we're in a strong market, I may or may not believe that. I could say to myself, and I could say, self, look at this. We didn't really break that line back down here, right? We've come off that pretty good the last couple of days, right? And we get through this level here, we got here and then we've got up here, right? So I could be asking myself, an entry somewhere around this level versus stop here and versus target up here doesn't seem unreasonable, right? And so if I believe we're in a strong market, I believe we're in a swing traders market or healthier swing traders market than we've consistently seen over the last, 18 months or whatever it is. It might be something I'm interested in if it closes strong and closes strong with the market. I would also note this. Let me just bring over a SPY chart. These are all the kind of things that I'm looking at. While the SPY gap down, continued down, and then finally started to bounce, but getting rejected here at high day. It's just gapped down slightly and reversed. The whole day it's been reversed, right? Whole day been strong. Can't not notice that, right? Some relative strength to the market in general today, anyways. Does that continue? I have no idea. Nobody has any idea. But certainly an interesting idea that I'm actually going to do that. Throw hard on that chart. Why not, right? What's the worst that happens? I unhard it later. MAC. Take a look here. Now, there are a lot of people that are betting financials could be a up-and-coming market leader. Let's take a look at the XLF. There are a lot of people that are looking at this right here. I don't know about a lot. There are a few people without any question that I've just had discussions with that are looking at that, and that. They had placed a bet somewhere in between here and here on financials. A few different people that I know. Are they going to be right? I mean, so far they'd be right. Will they continue to be right? I have no idea. And they didn't give me an upside target or anything like that. They started discussing financials. They started not just discussing with me. It was, a general discussion anyways. Anywho, long story long as always, or roundabout. They were looking at that stuff in here, right? We talk about healthy bull markets. They have a sector rotation. What's going to be the next that comes in? On this scan here, I've been seeing quite a few financial stocks popping through. Can't ignore those things. I've seen this time and time again with this scan where all of a sudden where 20 or 30% of the stocks are from one kind of sector coming in it. And next thing I know, that sector's off to the races for the next several days at least. So it would be foolish of me not to pay attention. That's going to be a finance stock. That is going to be a finance stock. That is a finance stock. So I think we start to get a picture here, right? That's not finance. I feel like there's something else that was finance in here. Not finance. That's a REIT, I think, actually. I guess finance related. Well, make of these things what you will. Can't help but notice those things, though. DBI. What are you? Designer Brands. Couldn't remember what that was. So, as usual, let me get my earphones in as I know Barry's probably listening as I get those in. There we go. All right. These are things that I keep in mind and how I use a scan in multiple ways, not just to find charts that may be of an interest to me for this particular scan, how I like to swing trade, but also a shot at the market itself, right? When we're looking at a bearish tape, the scan doesn't have a lot of stocks in it. I'll also see a lot of inverse ETFs in the scan here. And we're not seeing any of those kinds of things right now. We're seeing a healthy set of green stocks that are in here. And as we look at these here, as we look at some of the charts that are on here, we're seeing them now at least a few weeks off of lows for a lot of these. I think this is an important exercise to do if you're trying to be a participant in the market on multiple time frames anyways. I'm just going over a few of these. VKTX, I saw that. It's on my liked list. One of those stocks that I track now and again. Obviously, it must
let me rescue you.
Rescue away. Rescue away.
Okay, thank you. I know you performed yeoman work and not feeling well, so thank you for that.
No, I'm all right.
I know
nothing that a little cough and sniffle can't handle.
Exactly. Well, okay, my friend. Thank you again, as always, for spelling me for that hour.
Always happy to do so. Always happy to do so.
Wow, 2 hours is straight up now.
Yeah.
Okay, I will take over for you.
All righty, sounds good.
And we shall see you next week.
All right,
or sooner.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone, for putting up with me for the hour, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Yeah, okay, I'm back in both rooms now. Now, I had an alert set for VTSI for some reason. Sort of remember setting it. I think if I look left on the monthly chart, there's probably a ton of room. Yes. Okay. Keep an eye on this. I mean, maybe not today. I mean, this may be it for today, but boy, if it hangs in this area, look left on this monthly chart. There's a ton of room. $12 is the next high. And by the way, as I said earlier, I am obviously out of the MYO. It said that if I couldn't hold the that level right there, I think it was yeah, 424. So as it was, I was on my brakes and I said, you know what, get out of it. And then, man, it took a real deep dive here. So it took a loss on that one. It was in at 432, was out at 426. And, the SSNT, I almost took it here. Oh boy, I was so close. I was waiting on this break right there. Pretty good volume came in. I was waiting for this break of one, two, three, four, so an hour, and it broke it. And then I'm not kidding. And this dropped almost. I didn't even have chance. I didn't have a chance to take any. Thank goodness, because it just absolutely dropped immediately. So this could be it. I was thinking that might have this that one of these ones, these low floaters that go crazy in the first couple of hours, and then they kind of rest for a long time. I thought maybe we might have a late day thrust. We still could, but right now it doesn't look as good. Yeah, the EYPT. I remember talking about this as maybe something that might start to move again over 19. It's moved a bit. 1987 now, 1990 now. Remember it hit 30, almost 35 in the pre-market. The View, VIEW. Yeah, I think Shady. So 216, 185. So he took this at 216. Good for you. That's a And the next high looking left is 293. I keep hearing this MNSO, as it keeps moving down. MNSO. Oh man, this has got some room on the monthly chart anyway. 1847, next low looking left. Let me bring back my weekly chart. Okay, just one moment. Muted, yes. Thank you, Pepe. So what was I talking about? Talking about the turn. I was probably muted when I was talking about turn, TERN. Keep an eye on path, guys. PATH. It popped over that 25 mark. It popped over it. It came right back down a little bit, not down to 23, but and if it gets back over 25.11 or so, it could have another run. That is the high. Yeah, 20 yeah, it's just slightly below the close, a nickel below. Well, let's see if it takes it out again. This was the trade of the week last week. PATH. Cere, guys, CERE. I wish this 200-day moving average wasn't in front of VKTX. I mean, it's right there, 1504. Now, doesn't mean it's absolutely going to stall it. The next high looking left on the daily chart looks like it's around 1542. Sear, just ripping now, guys. Sear, CERE, just ripping. Getting really close to that daily high now. It's almost there. All right, VKTX. Wonder if there's any news on this one. $22 share maintained. Price target by Truist. Fine, that's sort of news, I guess. Viking Therapeutics rises on Roche acquiring a peer. Okay, VKTX. CRMO. I don't think I saw that CRMO today. Did that happen last week? Or is it done? Is it over? Well, I guess they've acquired it and not trading anymore. Is that right? Path, guys. PATH. Keep an eye on Path. Basically flat right now from Friday's close. Right at Friday's close. Nice one, Shady, on the view. ZEP, ZEPP. Haven't seen this one, I don't think. ZEPP. Um, hmm, Probably a low float. We don't even have any float. We have no float info on it. China stock, ZEPP, ZEPP. So you can kind of see that two could block it. It gets through two though. At some point, it might have a run. Another one, you start looking at. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. How about Sentinel here? S, just over 20. This could be interesting. Sentinel, just over 20. The next high looking left, 2091. We got some room here, guys. Sentinel S, we have some room. I'm looking at the monthly chart, and that's the same high as on a daily chart. Yeah, right there. 2092. So keep an eye on this one. The longer it holds over 20, this could go on a bit of a run. This is Sentinel, has earnings tomorrow after the market closes. December 5th post market. So has earnings after hours tomorrow. Sentinel S. And there's GME now, again showing up in the option scanner. Doing its thing again. Well, let's see, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, it got up to 1761. Has earnings. This has earnings, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, on the 6th, after hours. Okay, thank you, William. So William will keep the room when I take off. I usually take off around 3 o'clock Eastern time, of course. William will keep the room open until 4. Hey guys, Sentinel on the move here. S is on the move a little bit here. S is on the move a little bit here. There's the ALK now. So ALK is so is actually coming back. ALK is coming back. They want to buy Hawaiian Airlines. Whether it ever goes through, we won't know. And well, we won't know for a long time probably. There's the VKTX. Man, a lot happening right now. VKTX into that 200-day moving average, just a little bit above it now. VKTX just a little bit above it. And they're saying this rising on Roche acquiring its peer Carmo or Carmod. Okay, I might have to keep an eye in Myo again, guys. MYO. This is the one that knocked me out a little while ago. So it's holding the VWAP. 401 is the VWAP, so it's holding the VWAP, or it held the VWAP. My issue though is when you look left, that next high is 423, I think. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, guys, SSNT, as I said, may not be over. It's back over 10 and no volume coming in though. Not a lot of volume coming in yet. But you never know. Later on, you never know. I still have my alert set up here around 1180 or so. Still keeping an eye on Path, guys. I mean, it's just basically at the close of Friday. And that's PATH. It's basically right at the close of Friday. It had earnings, of course, on Friday and great earnings reaction. So it's still like 3 cents below Friday's close. I think Bitcoin is a little recovery. I think it was down a little bit. I don't mean down for the day, but it was dropping a bit. Not really that much. Well, a little bit here, but it's come back. Okay, guys, I will do a video. Let me get the announcement. Oh, we're up. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I have no idea what that is, ICT. Sorry. ICT concept to the alert since it's an indicator. I could look it up, I guess, but I'm not familiar with it at all. Coffee. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not. I mean, I can see what is ICT indicators. This can't be what you're talking about, government readiness. Just give me a moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Getting calls left and right today that I have to take. Yeah, still don't know it, coffee. Sorry, and I doubt very much we'll have it. Um, you were the first in the 13 years I've had the program to ask for that one. I'm not saying there's nobody out there that would like it, but you're the first. Never even heard of it. But you can always info at trade-ideas.com and make a suggestion, I suppose. Okay. Sorry, wrong. Just give me a moment. I have to retype that. Okay. Well, if it's mainly used on futures, then that's one reason why we probably wouldn't have it. We don't do futures, but well, guys, I'm still kind of holding out on the path just in case it takes out Friday's close and starts to run a bit. I have my price alert set. Now, the other thing, Coffee, is that Michael Noss has created a lot of these. Now, I don't see. I'm sure ICT specifically, but maybe there's something that's similar. I don't know. All these strategies that he's created as part of the Market Explorer strategies. So if you're around tomorrow, you can ask him, because he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. And if you could explain exactly what it does, it's possible there's something in the Market Explorer strategy that's similar. So I'm not an investment advisor, Saeed, but let's take a look at AAP. There's no way I'm going to say yes, it is or no, it isn't. So when you say is AAP good for going long, are you talking about a swing trade? Are you talking about an intraday trade? Are you like what's your time frame? It had earnings on the 15th, and the earnings reaction wasn't great. Moved down. Friday, like a lot of stocks, had a nice day. But I mean, if I guess if you're looking left, the next high is way up here at 60.82. But yeah, well, then that if it meets, I mean, listen, I'm not a swing trader, okay? So if you think, value, you think the company's got value long term, then go for it. I certainly can't make any recommendation one way or the other. I don't look at fundamentals really. I would probably, want to wait and see if see where it closed today. Does it close near the high of the day? But remember, it did not have a good reaction to its earnings at all. So there is that. Okay, guys, I am not seeing too much. I'm still kind of waiting on that SSNT in case it has that big late day move. I do see shot. I do see it. I just find it really hard to intraday trade, but it's been I mean, look, the trend's up, no question. The trend's up, but where are you going to put your stop? You're going to have these big gyrations in price. The high right there is 605, which it's over. So the next, the next level or the next high looking left is 750. All right. Well, I'm sure everybody is. I don't want to call it escape view, but I mean, you took your profit view. I mean, it got right up to 268. Now, giant red candle wiped out all of that. As long as you took your profits for view. So this one, Minim, M-I-N-M, had the big day on, I guess that was Thursday, but it sold right off. There's Friday, trying to come back a little bit here. M-I-N-M, low float, 1 million in the float. Okay, so add Ben, this is what you can do, okay? I think what's happening is that it is, if you're using this window, uncheck the filter, because I think what happens is it's only showing you the profitable trades. You probably have, this is the default, so it's checked, okay? So if you want to just uncheck that, if you can see what I'm doing on my screen. So what happens is when a trade becomes profitable, you'll see it, but then the minute it drops and turns into a losing trade, then if you have that checked, then you're not going to see it. Okay. So I think that's all you have to do. If you can see what I'm doing here, well, you just have to have the columns, the exit price and the stop loss. You just have to have the columns. So if you don't have these columns, exit price and stop price, you can just add them. Okay. And if you right click and click on columns, you'll see all of the different columns you can have. Well, like you said, you're trying to paper trade it. When you say, well, no, these are today's. These are today's. Okay, I'm showing you today's. These are not the. These are the profitable trades today. And I'm going to tell you right off the bat, do not auto trade. I don't know if you're trying to auto trade them, guys. SSNT, guys, SSNT. So these are not. These are today. These are the alerts today. And if I uncheck that profitable, these are all the alerts we've had today. Woo. Well, again, all you have to do is uncheck. Now, it's obviously today, if you're looking at it right now, there'll be more than likely above the entry price. Okay. Yes. So tomorrow, uncheck that profitable trades so that you'll see them all and you can, make up your mind which ones you want to take. Okay. So when you get the alert, just make sure you uncheck the profitable trades, and you'll see them all day. And you'll have an entry price. Whether you take it right away or not is up to you. Yeah, just uncheck. Wow, there's SSNT, guys. Okay. But listen, I would not. Well, again, you have to have the column exit price. Okay. If you don't have that column called exit price, these are all columns that you can add. Entry time, entry price, exit time, stop price, exit reason. These are all columns that you can have. Okay. So, again, if you right click on right at the top here in one of the column headers, and then it'll say columns will be one of the options. And here are all the columns you can add including exit price, exit price right there, stop price. Okay. You just have to scroll down, and then if you want to add the stop price, you just highlight it in this column and then left click it over. It's already there for me, so I don't have to do that. So if you're not seeing it, you just have to add them as columns, whatever columns you want. Okay? That makes sense? This is the window that you want, okay? This if you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is the only one you really should pay attention to, in my opinion, because this outlines everything. So did you understand that if you cannot see exit price, it means you don't have the column. Or maybe, if you stretch out the window. Okay. So I'll move on, Ad Ben, unless I haven't explained it clearly enough. Okay, good. Or that SSNT is still really, really whippy. But indicative of a very low float. I mean, it looks great when you're in it and it's moving higher, but you've got to be really, really pay attention. All right, I am going to put an alert at 11:28 for this ENGN. I mean, the volume is, is picked up. It's almost, 432,000, 13 times normal. I'm going to stick an alert. Maybe you can see why. There's one, two, three, four, five, six. It's an hour and a half where it got to that level and did not break through 11:30. So maybe if it happens on some volume and breaks through there, it could get going. Sort of a late day trade, and that is the ENGN. It's holding the VWAP 1071. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:51. So I have a little over an hour left for me. William will keep the room open, the main room open until 4. Okay, another cheap one, guys. Low float GRI. Another cheap one, GRI. Just popping here. Look at the volume coming in. Low float, 2 million, 2.3 million in the float. Wow, look at this GRI. Now, maybe coming into some resistance around 112. If not, it has a maybe a shot to the 130 level. That is the GRI just showing up. Had some news on the 27th, FDA clearance. Okay, guys, maybe this is maybe not a bad little bounce attempt here. VWAP of 194 for the view. Got all the way up to like 270, pulled all the way back down. The VWAP looks like it tried to hold it 194. Okay, guys. Well, here is 1516 is a 200-day moving average for VKTX. It is just a little bit above that now. BMEA continues to make highs. Probably pull back a bit though. Yeah, pull back right there, but still a new high of the day. Roblox. Well, if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is around $1 away. Looks like around actually 41.89. So I mean, he's got a little bit of room. There it is on the daily chart right there, 41.89. But some volume coming in, no question, some volume coming in. No, it's not really trading anything abnormally, 0.64. So it's not trading anything really abnormally right now. Of course, the only news I can see, all the lawyers are trying to get people to get involved in a class action suit. So this is the one that I couldn't trade last week. IXHL. I couldn't trade it at Interactive Brokers. It's an uplisting or something, but I do notice now it is appearing. Not that I want to trade it right now, but with this VKTX just keeps, inch by inch, guys, penny by penny, just keeps moving a little bit higher, but coming right into that high on the day, a daily high. Looks like it's almost right there. That red line right there. That is the next high on the daily chart. It looks like it's around 1548 or so. 1538 maybe. Yeah, SSNT now halted on the way down, so that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. SSNT. Well, we'll see. I keep sort of writing this off, but I mean the lows are down here at 9, so 925 potential open 992. You can't see the symbol, but this is SSNT. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this blue screen. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt 992. The potential open over here. You'll see this number. These prices will change. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So this triggered a couple of times, but when I looked at it, yeah, I mean it's impossible. We got a bid of 1109 and ask of 1166, so they're trying to make it very difficult to trade. Okay, guys, I am probably don't think I'll probably be taking any other trade. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Let me go over my home page again. Uber on the way down, guys. Uber. We're still up for the day, but moving down now. Is that correct? Yeah, so up for the day, but starting to fade, maybe with the market. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use this code right there. Really helps to keep the room free. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. The way we do it is if at any point in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription, either come back into the room, check to see what the code is, and then use that code to take out a subscription. That's all I ask. Getting started, I get started, and short videos. It'll really help, I think. Again, this is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve, and it'll only take you 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great little series of videos for you. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week. Let's take a look at it. I know it has not triggered PLTR. Yeah, I don't know. This week it may not trigger. So the trigger price is 2031. So before people say this is a terrible trade of the week, it is not triggered. Okay. So you should not have taken it. When you get the email, it's laid out, the suggested entry and the stop. Somebody said it hit the stop, but I mean, I don't know if that makes any sense. I know what you mean. It hit the stop price, but nobody should have taken this trade. If you did, well, that's up to you. And then the big education section is here. And then here are my scans. If you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be up here. Just scroll down a bit, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. What I use in the pre-market, find the gappers in the pre-market up or down. Here's a race that I actually have this race. I have this race on my other monitor. The 10-day daily breakouts and down right here. Abnormal option activity here. Momentum scan is here. I mean, look what it's doing now. Jeez. That's frustrating, because I mean, had the spread been a lot better, I would have taken this one, but just the way it is. And I'm talking about the ENGN. So anyway, those are the scans that I am currently sharing. If you have any questions about any one of them, just let me know. I mean, it's still very difficult to trade. I mean, 1180, 1211. This is the ENGN. Look at the float of this ENGN. Looks like the float. Wow. Crazy, crazy. This is an insanely low float. 170,000 shares, guys. Not Uber, but the ENGN. No wonder it's so crazy. No wonder that the spread is bad. 170,000. That's probably the lowest that I've seen. I'm not sure ever, but certainly in the last while. Yeah, look at this big topping tail, William. Hope you're. I don't know what you did. I don't know if you're out or for the MGIH. Path still looks interesting to me. I've sort of nagged on this one, but it still looks kind of interesting to me. It's just, a little bit below the close on Friday, just a little bit. Still good volume, 20 million, four times normal, 419 is a big float for Path, over 400 million in the float. Ooh, this is ugly now. View, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. Yeah, you're right, William. I mean, I don't know this guy at all. You say this guy is a god. Brad Jacobs, don't know him at all, but SSNT, yeah, it it will not completely and utterly die. But boy, really got to be careful. It gives you that look that it's going to pop through, and then a sudden drop. So you really got to be careful. Careful meaning maybe not take too many shares. Path. PATH. Just teasing right around that close on Friday. Just a penny below now. Funny, if I were a bit of a swing trader, I'd be looking at this one, you know. I mean, it had a great earnings release. It's holding, you know, where are you going to put your stop? Maybe at the low today, $23. Where could it go? Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, the next nobody is saying it's going to get to $35, but I mean, that is the next high area on the monthly chart for PATH, PATH. Okay, guys. Well, if there are any questions, now is a great time. Otherwise, I might just put myself on unmute, come back on if there are some questions. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay. All right, so Garland, why when I open trade ideas and then minimize it? You talking about like this? Minimizing the toolbar up here? I never do that, so but I'll do it. Okay. And then in order to get it back, I'm not sure what you mean exactly. You saw what I did. So I minimized it. So now if you're talking about, you can see all of the, is that what you mean, Garland? So that doesn't happen to me. I minimize it, and then all I have to do is click on the, find it again. If you're talking about all these little windows, all I have to do is click on this at the very top, the toolbar again, and that should bring everything back. Can you hear me, Garland? And did you see what I did? Hmm. Guys, the path, the path is right there. Penny above now, a penny above. Okay, maybe Garland asked the question and then he left. Okay, again, I'm going to try to figure. Maybe Pepe may have a better idea. So I've just minimized it. So I've just this is what happens, right? You minimize it. Of course, you lose. Well, don't lose everything. You might have to click Windows and then select Show All. But all I do right now. Now, do you not have the Trade Ideas icon down here in the in this area? Taskbar area, I guess it's called. And then if you do, you just go up and where it's and this is and the toolbar should be right at the very top. And you click on it and everything comes back. Now, if you have this up here, if like I'm not 100% sure I know what's going on with your system because you saw what I did. Minimize, everything goes away. So I've minimized it. I find the Trade Ideas icon down here. When I hover over it, all these windows pop up, but all I have to do is click on the toolbar again, and everything comes back. Okay, so you see what I'm doing. I'm minimizing it. Okay, so I've minimized it. Now, again, I don't know. I mean, I have down here. Can you see on my screen where I got the Trade Ideas logo? And do you have the Trade Ideas logo also? Ah, okay. Isn't that just a matter of adding it? Man, I'm sorry. I did this so long ago. Like add to the taskbar, add it to the taskbar, pin it. Yeah, try to if you know how to. I mean, if you got other ones, then it should be simple enough to add the Trade Ideas logo, and then pin it as Pepe is saying. So let me know if you could add it. If you can add it, then it's pretty simple. Then if you can add it, then it should be very simple. You just hover over it, all these windows will pop up, everything that you've got, and then you just click on the top here. That is, I think the toolbar is always at the top. Just click on it, and everything comes back. Swinging CGC. Here's a brave man. Okay. Swinging CGC. Canopy. Well, I mean, obviously, if the cannabis plays ever get rolling again, this used to be the big one. Cannot believe it's 73 cents. So Garland, were you successful at adding it as to the taskbar? Oh, don't ask me about an entry for CGC, please. I'm not a big fan of the cannabis plays, okay? I wish X well, okay? But, when I look at it, I mean, I see some resistance all the way from here to a dollar, little areas where it could stall. So this is just a pure, I mean, pure cannabis play. I mean, but it's going to need some news for the industry. I don't think specifically for this stock. Yeah, there you go from Shady. I mean, remember this week, guys. I mean, everybody thought, okay, finally, in your country, somehow cannabis was going to be legal in every state, and banking would be easy, etc. And everybody was looking at this. If I look at MSOS, it's going to be virtually the same in terms of that week, those 2 weeks. These 3 weeks, everything was rosy until they weren't. Now, I mean, look, they've come back a little bit, but I just think this has been just an absolutely miserable one. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. I mean, look at this. Now, this started trading as MSOS right about here, I think. Well, maybe a little earlier. Yeah, this is a fairly new. Anyway, X, I absolutely wish you well, on swinging CGC. Sundial, or what is that? Sundial? I know that's another cannabis player. Is it Sundial or Sandial or? Mhm. Well, guys, Path is, just inching its way up. This could be an interesting one tomorrow, especially if the market is a little bit better. But this could be an interesting one tomorrow. So it's a little bit above the high. The high of, sorry, not the high, the close of Friday, not the high. I'm telling you guys, that shot is a miserable one to try to trade, in my opinion. It just won't hold. And when I say that, I don't mean it has to keep going straight up, but I mean, it's just too much. An hour now down. What you'd like to see, a little base, maybe a little drop, a little pop, a little base, a little pop, a little drop, manageable. But this basically, I mean, going from 643 down to 550, that's a big percentage move. Well, it should be interesting what happens to GME tomorrow. Okay. I want to see if it holds its gains. That was 2 days ago, 3 days ago, got up to 1756. Has earnings tomorrow, but after hours on Wednesday. Okay, guys, I'm going to maybe wrap up even earlier today. I don't see any other. I can't. I don't know if Garland was able to add the trade ideas to the taskbar. Okay, so for those of you who are still in our YouTube room, I will put the main room link in. So if you do want to keep talking about trading, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it up for myself right now. So thank you for all the help. I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Again, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay. So I'm going to stop the sharing and muting myself now in the main room. And now YouTubers. So again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time.